45th session of the Senate in the 3rd regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I call on Senator Robin Hood Padilla to lead the chamber in prayer. You may proceed, sir.
A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Sa ngalan ng Allah, sa Allah lamang ang pagpupuri ang Panginoon ng mga daigdig. Hinihingi po namin sa inyo ang pagpapala at kapayapaan para sa lahat ng mga propeta ng Panginoong nag-iisa. O aming Panginoon, hayaan niyo po akong magpasalamat sa inyo sa bagong pag-asang bunga ng pagkakahalal sa bagong Pangulo ng Amerika. Kasalukuyan po na tumigil ang putukan at bombahan sa State of Palestine at State of Israel na kumitil na po ng mahigit na 46,000 na Palestino at 1,200 na Israeli. Maliban pa po ang mga nasugatan at nabaldado. Ganon din po ang inaasahang pagtigil din ng digmaan sa Ukraine at Russia. Nalagpas na po raw sa 1 milyon ang napapatay. Bukod po sa mga kaguluhan na ito na nakakaapekto sa ekonomiya at pandaigdigang trade o kalakal na nagdudulot ng inflation o pagtaas ng mga presyo sa daigdigang merkado. Hinihingi rin po namin sa inyo ang pagbibigay din ng katahimikan sa aming mga kapitbahay o kapitbansa. Ang amin pong mga kababayan ay sadlak at naghihikaos na sa kahirapan, habang ang mga namumuno ay abala sa kani-kanilang politika. Inilalapit po namin sa inyo ang kalinawan ng isip ng aming mga decision makers upang maisulong ang mga panukala na makapagbibigay ng ginhawa at hindi ng kabigatan, katahimikan, hindi ng kaguluhan, kaunlaran, hindi ng kahirapan. Dasal po namin ang paglago at pagbangon ng aming ekonomiya na siyang susi upang ang 80% ng aming mga kababayan ay makaranas na po ng pahinga mula sa mahabang panahon ng pagtitiis at pag-aantay sa tunay na pagbabago ng kanilang kabuhayan. Allahumma ati anfusana taqwaha wa zakiha anta khairu man sadaka anta waliyuha wa maulaha. Allahumma inna na'udhu bika min ilmin la yanfa'u wa qalbin la yasha'u wa nafsin la tashba'u wa du'ain la yusma'u. O Allah, give us piety and purify our souls. You are the Master and the Lord of souls. O Allah, we seek your guard from vain knowledge, lack of your fearing, and from having an unsatisfiable soul and answered supplication. Amin. Assalamualaikum. Peace be with you.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Secretary will please call the roll.
Call of members. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Hevilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 19 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 43rd Session, Monday, January 2025, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 44th Session, Tuesday, January 21, 2025.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary will please comply.
Message from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 20 January 2025, it designated Representatives Flores, Valmayor Jr., Salceda, Acheron, Kimbo, Alba, and Bordado Jr. as conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Number 11199 and Senate Number 2878 on reorganizing the National Economic Development Authority into the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, and reconstituting the NEDA Board into the Economy and Development Council, repealing for the purpose EO 230, Series of 1987, and amending EO 292, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Rules.
Bill on first reading, Senate Number 2927, an act providing for the Magna Carta for public disaster risk reduction and management workers, Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, Reconciliation, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, Professional Regulation, and Finance.
Resolutions, proposed Senate Resolution Number 1285, commending and congratulating Denise Ambuanga for winning the one interim women's atomweight MMA world title in Bangkok, Thailand. Senator Go.
To the Archives.
Resolution Number 1286, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry on the requirements for the issuance of a certificate of tax exemption, particularly the presentation of tax identification number of individual members of cooperatives registered under the Philippine Cooperative Code as amended, citing Section 2236 of the National Internal Revenue Code as amended as the basis of such requirements. Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committees on Ways and Means and Cooperatives.
Committee reports. Committee Report 453, jointly by the Committees on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs and Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Senate Number 2452 by Senator Padilla, an act amending Republic Act Number 9997, otherwise known as the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009, and for other purposes. Recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration House Number 10867, sponsor Senator Padilla.
To the Calendar for Ordinary Business.
454, jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Number 9904, an act merging and renaming certain barangays in the city of Bacoor, province of Cavite, further amending for the purpose Section 10B of RA 10160, otherwise known as the Charter of the city of Bacoor, recommending its approval through amendment by substitution, taking into consideration Senate Number 2485, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
To the Calendar for Ordinary Business. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, before we proceed with the first agenda of the day, we'd like to acknowledge guests of Senator Legarda and this representation, Vice Mayor of Taal Batangas, Vice Mayor Michael Villano, and council members of LGU Taal Batangas, the National Federation of Barangay Health Workers or BHWs, and the regional heads, guests of Senator Rizon Tiberos, students from Ateneo de Manila University Communications ATT class with their professor, one of our favorite newscasters, Pion Tiberos. Guests of Senator Bato de la Rosa, Mayor of Bataraza, Palawan, Mayor Abraham Ibaa, together with Commander Kiram Sadaba, Mon Libusnero, Job Lipasana, Colonel Aslisdan, and Rak Asi. Mr. President, I minute suspension, Mr. President.
To the aforementioned guests, welcome to your Senate. Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6505 under Committee Report number 422. This is the bill on the franchise renewal of Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order. The distinguished sponsor, Senator Rafi Tulfo, is recognized and to interject and interpolates. Our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is likewise recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Unless the sponsor has an opening statement, we ask his permission to...
No opening statement,
Okay,
Mr. President.
so we ask his permission to
I'm ready
commence our
for
interpellation, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, can the sponsor tell us what the measure's primary objective is?
Okay, the first objective for this, Mr. President, is for the renewal of the franchise for 25 years for the Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation. Once it is given another 25 years extension through franchise, mas lalo pong gaganda ang katayuan ng IBC kumpara sa present status nito.
May we get a short historical recollection from the sponsor on how come government owns IBC as of the moment?
Thank you, Mr. President. It was previously owned by Roberto S. Benedicto back in 1975, Mr. President, until when the Core administration took over and IBC 13 was sequestered, and that is what it started to become a government-owned corporation when it was sequestered, Mr. President.
Now that the government is the owner of the grantee, Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation, what is the overall plan of the government, Mr. President? To do what is its what does it plan to do with IBC 13?
Presently, it is receiving subsidy from the government, Mr. President, and the plan currently by the present management is to modernize IBC 13 para mas tumaas pa po ang value nito. Before nag-take over itong present management, yung IBC 13 was mismanaged at maraming utang at hindi po kumikita, zero, in fact negative pa nga. And then pagpasok po nitong bagong management, marami po silang ginawa mga pagbabago, nagbili sila ng mga bagong equipment. So they're trying to modernize IBC 13 para mas lalo makapagsilbi pa ito sa taong bayan in terms of delivering news, information, and other things na kailangan po ng publiko. And so kapag na-renew po ang franchise nito, mas lalo pa pong tataas ang value nito dahil 25 years magkakaroon ng added value na I think abot up to 3 billion pesos.
Yung present franchise po, kailan mag-expire?
It will expire September this year, Mr. President.
September 2025, okay. And then the plan of the government is to eventually, anong tawag ba doon, divest ownership of IBC and privatize it? Is that the ultimate plan?
Yes, Mr. President, eventually to sell it at,
To sell it, okay.
at least 1 billion pesos.
So meron tayong floor valuation of IBC at 1 billion pesos?
Meron na po, Mr. President. Yung Commission on Audit did an appraisal in 2023 at ang appraised value was around 500 million pesos. But IBC 13 hired a third-party group para gumawa ng appraisal at na-appraise nila ito sa value ng 1.1 billion. Kapag ito po'y nabigyan ng bagong franchise, Mr. President, easily pwede itong umakyat up to 3 billion pesos.
Okay, so that valuation by the third-party appraiser was considered present circumstances na pa-expire si franchise. So, when it is granted, if we pass this bill into a law, IBC will get a brand new 25-year franchise. It will triple. It will triple the valuation.
Mr. President.
It will triple the valuation of that appraiser to not less than 3 billion pesos.
3 billion pesos.
Opo, so, okay. So, in effect, this measure maximizes the value of IBC, which is an asset of the government.
That is correct, Mr. President. And one thing that I need to point out also, malaking pabor, taginhawaan, so to speak, ito sa ating gobyerno dahil on top of hindi na nila kailangan ito i-subsidize kapag ito i-privatize na, kikita pang gobyerno sa pamagitan ng pagbenta nila sa isang private entity sa halagang 3 billion pesos.
Sige po. And then, of course, siyempre yung bibili na IBC, titignan ng mga FS nito, ang balance sheet niya, ganon. So, yung tinutukan namin na problema ng IBC about payables to retirees. Andyan si Senator J.B. Ercito, Senator Joel Villanueva, tinutukan po natin yan. Pwede po bang makwentuhan kami kung kumusta na po yung matagal na problema noon ng IBC? Kumusta na siya ngayon, Mr. President?
Thank you for that question, Mr. President. Yes, before na nag-take over itong bagong management, merong 164 retirees na hindi pa po nababayaran since 1992. As a matter of fact, ilan doon ang kamatay na, and sad to say. And then recently, nagkaroon ng pagbabayad through subsidy sa mahigit 500 million pesos from the government at yung po'y lahat ibinayad doon sa mga retirees na 164. All in all, they were all paid, Mr. President.
Malinis na po ang libro ng IBC pagdating doon sa payables na yon.
Ng retirees, Mr.
Po
President.
ng retire. So,
And with the indulgence of my two colleagues, the person who is in charge of it is present here today, Jimmy Policarpio, who is with us right now. Just to put on record, he's been very helpful to the Senate in passing that initiative to address that situation, Your Honors. Thank you.
okay, so I think that summarizes, Mr. President, the benefits of the bill under consideration. It will triple the value of IBC when the government ultimately disposes of its interest in IBC. Then we are maximizing the value that we can get from the facilities and this entity, Mr. President. So,
And save jobs,
save
Your
jobs
Honors.
also. Yes. So with that, Mr. President, actually we are supportive actually of this idea of giving a new franchise, 25-year franchise to IBC. And IBC, I think, even if IBC, I think, remains in government hands, the current management has grand plans for IBC,
Yeah.
Mr. President. So hindi sila actually nakatingin sa, the plan is to ultimately privatize, but in the meantime, sila nagpapatakbo, they have grand plans for IBC and to be competitive even when compared to the private broadcasting entities, Mr. President. So congratulations to IBC and congratulations to our sponsor for promptly bringing this to our attention and for acting on this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Before we act on the motion, may I just put into the records of this August chamber that this representation fully support this measure, as it will not only save jobs and create perhaps more jobs, but also yung legacy ng IBC 13 na talagang kinalakihan po natin ay masasave dito. With that, is there any objection to the motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellations and debate? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize once again the sponsor, Senator Raffy Tulfo, to propose individual amendments.
The period of amendments without any objection is hereby open, and we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Raffy Tulfo. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 3, delete lines 43 to 45 and replace with the following paragraph. A list of employment opportunities or jobs created by the grantee shall be reflected in the General Information Sheet, or GIS, to be submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission annually. The same list shall be submitted to the Department of Labor and Employment. That's all, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the good sponsor is carried. Majority Leader? Is there any other amendments, distinguished sponsor?
No more amendments.
Majority Leader?
With no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual
Is
amendment.
there any objection to the motion of the Majority Leader? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6505. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations to the sponsors. Congratulations to IBC.
Yes, congratulations, Senator Rafi Tulfo, and also to IBC. We're happy also that we were part of those that paid the arrears to the workers of IBC 13 who have been waiting for decades. So we'd like to thank our colleagues for that.
Thank you.
Mr. President, before we move on to the next item on the agenda, I acknowledged earlier our guests from the National Federation of Barangay Health Workers, their officers, but their delegates from Mindanao and Luzon and Visayas are also here, so we'd like to welcome them.
We welcome our guest of this great institution. Welcome to the Senate.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2818 under Committee Report number 319. This is the bill on the National Housing Authority Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2818 under Committee Report number 319 is now in order.
Having closed the period of interpellation, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Amy R. Marcos, and our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Copimentel, to propose individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader to open the period of amendments is now in order. We recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Amy Marcos, and our Minority Leader to propose individual amendments.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. And at this juncture, if the Minority Leader will allow, or if he has further questions, I would like to propose amendments under Committee Report number 319, Senate Bill 2818.
It's the pleasure of the Minority Leader.
The sponsor can proceed with her proposed amendments, but if we can, once we hear the proposed amendment, if we will be given the chance to ask clarificatory questions if necessary.
Perhaps if we can go page by page, Your
Yes.
Honors, from page 1.
Yes, certainly.
Yes.
Thank you very
You
much.
have the floor, Senator Amy Marcos.
Yes, Minority Leader, thank you very much, Mr. President. Before we introduce the individual amendments, I'd like to acknowledge Senators Coco Pimentel, Risa Ontiveros, Allen Cayetano, and the other members of the Senate for their valuable input and insight to enhance this proposed legislation. The following are the individual amendments on page 6. Section 6, page 5, paragraph 11D, lines 11 to 12. Delete the phrase approve restructuring proposals, condonation of interest and penalties and amnesty for the payment of unpaid amortizations under such, and in lieu thereof, replace with the phrase establish a socialized and low-cost housing loan restructuring and condonation program, subject to the. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? We're on page 5. Hearing none, the motion's carried.
On the same page and the same section, line 13, after the word prescribed, to change the punctuation mark period to a colon and insert the following. Provided that the following shall be excluded from the program. 1, any account without a single payment since payout. 2, an account in which the housing unit has been abandoned by the borrower for more than 1 year from the date of delinquency. 3, an account in which the housing unit is occupied by a third party other than the original registered beneficiary or his/her legal heirs. And 4, an account that has been foreclosed or a contract to sell has been canceled. Provided further that the terms and conditions of the condonation program may include the reclassification of additional interest or interest on unpaid interest as penalties, which may also be condoned. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the sponsor is carried.
Yes,
Where are we now, Mr. President?
We're
I'm
in page
sorry.
5.
We are.
Are there any amendments on page 5?
That is section
This is page 5, section 6.
6.
section
And
6.
this was line 13.
Yes, Mr. President, some questions on some anterior subject matters, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Minority Leader.
On page 4, ano ba to? Section 6, General Powers, paragraph E, that's line 11.
Okay.
We have added fund transfers from private persons or entities and other branches of the government. So, these are donations, no? We are authorizing the NHA to receive these donations.
Yes, that is
And
correct.
So from private persons, siguro no problem because that's actually a donation. But from other branches of the government, has that ever happened, Mr. President?
I think from time to time, there have been donations from other agencies, land in general, other land that's
Can
been
we cite
donated to them.
an actual example?
As a general rule, it's the LGU that donates to the NHA, not really the national government agencies, but rather the LGUs who have land that they wish to be developed by the NHA. I think that's what, in general, that refers to.
Sige. We can, siguro if we can elaborate another branches of the government,
Yes,
including local government units.
yes, yes, accepted. Yes,
So-
that would clarify the
If
issue.
that is the motion of
Yes,
the Minority Leader,
I convert that into a motion.
yes, is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried subject to style.
Page 4, line 16, which is subparagraph F. We have here,
A provident fund.
yes, the introduction of a provident fund. Is this a new idea, a new feature, Mr. President?
There is already an existing provident fund for NHA employees.
Under existing law na?
I believe that it is under the original charter.
So did we change anything in this NHA charter that we are considering?
I think the general provision is found in the GCG law, and the NHA just borrowed the language.
Kaya what is important is we are being informed na meron na. This is
Meron na po.
Hindi
Meron na po.
Hindi po to bago.
Kaya lang, in-specify lang para sa NHA, pero the general rule is under the GCG.
Yes, and then Mr. President, Section 6 on housing. So parang Section 6, Roman numeral 3, housing and operations and support services.
Yes.
That would be paragraph J. Is it okay now to go to paragraph J,
Yes.
which is found on page 7?
Yes.
Okay, line 11.
Page 7 na.
Improve or redevelop completed but
That's on
not...
page 6, Your Honor.
You have, who has amendment on page 6? Yeah, I'm now on page 7.
Okay, there's no amendment on page 6. Yes, page 7.
I think we're done with page
Yes.
6 amendments. So we can proceed with page 7.
Proceed, Minority Leader.
So page 7, line 11, which is paragraph J.
Yes.
Improve or redevelop completed but not yet turned over housing projects. including housing projects of the authority, including the demolition of previously erected structures that are determined to be structurally unsound, subject to existing laws and regulations. Is this new?
Yes.
This is new? Bago po ito?
Yes, I think this refers to the old Bliss housing development projects and certain development projects in Taguig, in the city of Manila, and elsewhere that were in existence previously and turned over to NHA thereafter.
So, the assumption here is that the entire housing project or the entire project and even the individual units are still in the hands of owned by the government. Yan ang, ano? Is it possible that some of the individual units are already privately owned, Mr. President? Tignan yung firearms.
The understanding, for example, in Taguig is that the BCDA initiated the housing project, and thereafter, in Taguig, it will be turned over to the NHA. I think that's what it refers to. Also, they're anticipating the housing projects under the Yolanda projects, which have not yet been turned over to the NHA for management and administration.
I think I have been informed by news reports that the President turned over housing units in Yolanda, no? And I saw the NHA General Manager with the President. So merong panibagong or mayroong current achievement ang NHA. So congratulations.
That's correct.
But in his interview, sinabi ng Presidente, na-delay kami mag-turnover nito because some of these structures were actually substandard. And we had to improve them.
That's correct.
That's why I'm pointing out this, that's why I have some questions on this paragraph. Because posible kayang this can be the escape mechanism of all those who committed some fraud or shenanigans, because we will be demolishing and we will be saving their structurally substandard or unsound projects, Mr. President. So,
That's correct.
included din ba yun sa section na ito? Sa
Yes,
sa power ng NHA?
Yes, it includes the power to demolish previously erected structures determined to be structurally unsound, which is why we added subject to existing laws and regulations so that we are not prejudiced from filing charges and other cases against the substandard contractors.
Actually, yun ang gusto kong natin,
Dagdag na natin.
i-elaborate.
Pwede rin natin
Because yung
idagdag na rito.
subject to existing laws, baka sa COA lang yun on how to...
O baka makalusot.
How to demolish government property.
Right.
But ang gusto kong sabihin, subject to pursuing NHA's obligation to run after those responsible for this unsound, structurally unsound and substandard projects, Mr. President. Civil man or criminal. Because yung example na binigay sa atin na ating sponsor, mga lumang-lumang buildings na yun, wala kang mabiblame doon eh. Wala ka nang mabiblame doon, di ba? Kasi sa start, sound sila. And siguro, yung Bliss po, ma'am, ilang years na po yung nakatayo?
Naku, 50 años
50
na
na,
yata.
let's say. So, pag demolish nun, we are empowering the NHA now to demolish these old structures. Walang legal issue doon.
Tama.
Doon ako sa karirinig ko lang sinabi ng Presidente.
That's right.
Kabago-bago nun I mean, bago in the sense, relatively new. Yung Yolanda was 2014 ba?
That's correct. 2013 po.
2013. So 2013. So yun po yun. I don't want those responsible, kasi yung word kasi natin, yung phrase natin na structurally unsound, pwede kasing because of the passage of time or because of, or from the very start.
Right.
Ayoko pong makatakas yung mga who have built structurally unsound housing projects for the NHA from the very start. Hindi dapat makalusot yun, na hindi dapat masalupo yun ng NHA. Mabura.
Tama.
Mabura yung ebidensya eh.
Perhaps what we could do then is subject to the right of the NHA to pursue the errant contractors through suspension or cancellation of contract, filing suit, and subjecting them to existing laws and regulations subject to style.
Yes, and it's not the right of the NHA, but let's make
But
it the
the
duty.
obligation,
Yes,
yeah.
the duty or the obligation of the NHA. So, Mr. President,
What page are we in? Page 7?
page 7.
Page 7, line 13.
Yes, line 13, after subject to existing laws and regulations, if we could add the duty of the NHA to run after those responsible for these structurally unsound and substandard projects.
Given the acceptance of the sponsor as heard by the chair, is there any objection? There being none, amendment is approved subject to style.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
May we proceed? Page 8.
Yes, I still have an amendment on page 7, line 15, to delete the phrase relevant government agencies, LGUs, and. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Oh, Mr. President, what would be the effect of that? Kasi in my earlier amendment, we even took the trouble of mentioning the LGUs, but this one, this latest amendment, deletes the mention of the LGUs. What would be the effect, Mr. President? And why?
The reason is we have already mentioned it in the earlier amendment. It's to be transferred.
It's a redundancy. It's
It's a redundancy, so we're shifting it to anterior amendment.
May we proceed?
No, to a latter new amendment.
Wala pa.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, it will not disappear. It will just be moved forward. Sorry.
May question tayo.
So the amendment has been approved. Moving forward, any amendments, any other amendments on page 7? If there are none, what's the next page? Page 8?
Yes, sorry. On the same page and the same section, line 20, we insert the phrase, sorry. Okay. On the same page and same section, paragraph 11K, line 16, after the word entities, to insert the phrase as authorized under RA 11966, otherwise known as the Public-Private Partnership Code of the Philippines, and with relevant government agencies and LGUs. Doon po nalipat yung kanina tinanggal.
Any
I so
objection to the
move.
proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Still on the same page and section, line 20, to insert the phrase, and utilities such as power, water, information, and communication technology utilities after the word facilities. I so move, Mr. President.
Any
This-
objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved subject to style.
Thank you. On the same page and section, line 21, after the semicolon, to delete the conjunction and. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On the section and page that we are dealing with, line 22 now, add the punctuation mark, semicolon, and the word "and" after the word beneficiaries. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Page 8.
Yes, we're now on page,
I have a question concerning line 1, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, page 7 still, line 23, to insert a new paragraph under enumeration 4, enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of housing projects. I so move, Mr.
So this will be
President.
number 4 in the enumeration.
Yes, number 4, new
Any objection to
subtitle.
the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved. Now, page 8.
Page
Yes.
8, Mr. President, just some questions before we tackle amendments, Mr. President.
Okay.
Page 8, line 1, which is subparagraph A. We mention here the power
Okay.
of the NHA to lease or exchange lands for purposes of housing development. Will this be a new power of the NHA?
This, in fact, is a power that has been given to the housing authorities under RA 7279. The term that was used was land swapping in the old law of 1992. And it's defined as the process of land acquisition by exchanging land for another piece of land of equal value. And this has actually occurred in the case of NHA with regard to the Philippine Children's Hospital in Quezon City.
So, ano ibig sabihin nun? Si NHA was the previous owner of that lot where the hospital
Where the hospital was built. Thereafter, NHA turned it over to DOH to administer, to manage, and so on. But
What was
DOH,
swapped? What was
in
swapped?
turn, swapped them with land in Cebu, which NHA was looking for housing in Samban, Cebu City.
And of equal value yun.
I believe that there was a top-up in cash on the part of DOH, but nevertheless, it was almost equal value.
So, ganun. So,
So I believe they're looking forward to more such exchanges because some of the land that's in their hands, for example, are lands that are already appraised or have already risen in value in the center of town, and the housing should be further away because these lands have become commercial.
or too small, siguro.
Or too small,
too
that's
small
correct.
yes.
And the preference
Pero-
is to have single dwellings rather than condominium-type developments.
So, pero yung example po natin is government to government.
That's correct,
Pero
government to
Are we
government.
envisioning the NHA to private sector exchange of land?
Yes, I think there's a
We
provision.
are allowing it?
I think there's a provision in the Urban Development Act. In 1992, there's a proviso that more valuable land owned by private persons may be exchanged with less valuable land to carry out the objectives of this act. Even if there's a disparity in value so that the housing program can proceed, the government is willing to absorb the difference and the loss in value.
So in that example, it is the NHA which owns the more valuable land?
Yes, because the land was in Quezon City. And that was the
No, theory ba?
Sorry, in theory.
Theory-wise, dun po sa inputs ng ating sponsor, ano yung
That's right.
example natin na there's a difference in the value of the
Yes,
exchanged lands and then
Yes,
it is the NHA which
Which will absorb the
Oh.
loss or the
okay,
difference.
the NHA therefore owns the more valuable piece of land,
Exchanges
accepts
it.
a lot with lesser value,
Yes,
and does not require the cash top up from the other party.
yes, that's
We
right.
will not require it.
That's what the RA 7279
So that's,
presently states.
I think that's the danger that we should guard against.
Yes,
Mr.
I
President.
think perhaps
In
it's
that
time
case,
to revisit this
In that
because
case, that's why I got worried about this.
that's correct.
And then the first word pa, Mr. President, if we disregard exchange lands or exchange lands, so lease, we lease land for purpose of housing development. In what sense yun? I hope that is not the land where the housing units are built, because government should not be paying rental in for a long period of time for
I
housing
think they're
projects.
looking forward to commercial development as well as long-term leases even for housing. And that's the reason why lease became relevant.
Pero si NHA ang lessee dito.
That's right, for a long-term lease in areas where there's no land for sale. This usually occurs in the urban centers where condominium developments are the only option for housing.
No, does that make sense, Mr. President? In the government's desire to provide housing units to its citizens, it will lease.
Sorry.
It will lease land.
I'm sorry, I think baliktad. Baliktad po ang pangyayari. Ang may-ari nung commercial land ang magli-lease sa mga private developers. Kasi some of the NHA land, for example, has now become commercially valuable. So rather than keep it in NHA hands with no income whatsoever, NHA leases it out to private developers at binabayaran ng gobyerno for the use of that land, yung lease.
Yes, but
baliktad
okay.
pala.
But okay, the private lessee of NHA land with commercial value leases it not for housing projects. Tama? Pero pagkasulat po nito, it's a lease or exchange lands for purposes of housing development. Medyo, that's why I got worried, Mr. President.
I think this refers to mixed use in urban centers where the commercial area is in the lower portion, pays for the housing above. I think that's what anticipated. So there will still be a housing component, but the commercial income is what NHA is looking forward to. Kasi hindi naman ginagamit yung mga lupain nila na gusto naman na alkilahin ng iba pang mga developer.
Okay, but ito, basta ang list dito, sa ginagamit sa page 8, line 1, si NHA ang lessor.
Tama.
Okay. So in such an arrangement, yung beneficiary ba ng housing unit, will they ever get to own the housing unit?
Kaya nga, pero for housing. Sorry. Yung bahay. So,
Mahirap ata
may titulo naman yung mga may-ari ng bahay dun sa itaas, sila, may titulo naman sila, may condominium title naman sila talaga. Pero yung sa ibaba, yung commercial, yun ang pinapaupa ng NHA sa private developer.
In that example, who spent for the structure?
NHA pays for the structure. They lease the commercial spaces.
Oo nga, pero ang structure po ng sentence kasi natin, lease or exchange lands for purpose of housing development. So, lease lands. Lease or exchange, where page 8, line 1.
That's right.
Lease, the phrase I'm focusing on is lease or exchange lands for purposes of housing development. So, lease lands. Lease lands. Yun po yun.
So, dapat lease, comma, delete or,
Well,
and then exchange
I'm
land.
not ready to propose any amendment because I want to understand what is our objective, Mr. President, sa ating current bill.
Yes. I think this is in the case of mixed-use development. Yung commercial area, talagang linilis lamang sa private developer. Samantalang yung housing, talagang binibenta sa mga owners with their own title.
So, may the chair
Yes, yes,
interject?
yes.
If the purpose of the sale, purchase, sale, or lease, or exchange is for mixed use, or is it just lease that's for mixed use?
Yes, that's right.
Only lease.
Yes, lease, comma.
But purchase, sell, exchange is for housing development, resettlement, etc.
Yes.
Correct? So can we just carve out lease
Yeah.
and say that lease refers to mixed use, but that eminent domain, purchase, sale, and exchange pertains
To
to
purposes
housing
of housing
development, blah, blah, blah.
resettlement, and other related services and facilities, or lease. And then I'll add na lang at
Provided,
the end.
however, that in the case of lease, it shall only
Yes.
apply to mixed development,
Or lease in the case of mixed-use development.
mixed use development.
Okay?
Senator Coco?
Mr. President, clarificatory questions lang naman ito.
Yes.
So, if we can, if the sponsor or the Senate President can introduce amendments to clarify the intention, we will just listen and then we'll just ask for a clean copy ulit, Mr. President. Marami-rami kasing... marami-rami.
may the chair propose the amendment to cover the concerns of Senator Pimentel? Page
Yes.
8, line 1, delete the word
Lease.
lease, and after the semicolon on line 3,
Yes.
delete the
Delete the semicolon, replace
Delete
it with
the
a comma, and add, or lease in the case of mixed-use developments.
Yes.
Semicolon.
subject to style. Is there any objection? There being none, amendment is approved. Moving forward. Other amendments on page 8.
Yes, Mr. President. And page 8, line 4, so which is paragraph B. Issue bonds. Is this a new...
If we will
yes.
allow, I think nakaligtaan po yung section 6 pa rin, page 7. I'm sorry to go back, but
Anterior amendment.
there's an anterior amendment that was skipped, and that was after the enumeration K to insert a new paragraph L to read as follows: in the absence of an existing plan or capacity to improve resettlement sites, authorize the authority to facilitate and accept unsolicited proposals from LGUs and joint ventures with private developers pursuant to RA 11966 or the Public-Private Partnership Code of the Philippines. I think that's not controversial and has previously
Any
been
objection to the
discussed.
proposed amendment? We'll provide a clean copy for the information of our minority leader. We will not approve this as of yet. Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Well, if I remember that law, Mr. President, medyo may stringent ano naman dun eh.
Yes.
Stringent
Yes.
requirements naman yung
I was the one
unsolicited.
who
So,
provided for that.
it-
On page 8, line 4, going back to the point to the amendment of the
Yes,
minority leader.
page 8, line 4, issue bonds. Is this a new power we're giving NHA?
9-4. May issue bonds pa. Isn't that all? I believe that this was in the original charter of NHA in the presidential decree.
Has NHA ever issued a bond?
Don't think so. I don't believe so. They've never exercised this power.
Check nyo na. Page 8,
What?
line 8.
Sorry.
Yes.
Somebody seems to remember 1982. Some kind of NHA bond was issued. Is there anyone old enough to remember? Yes. Meron ba? Yes, but the bonds were issued and very quickly fully paid. They were subscribed and fully paid, I believe. In 1982, they did exercise the right. I'm corrected.
Yun po yung next question ko. If yes, did they fully pay the bond obligations?
When was it
Yes,
fully
then.
paid?
Yes, then. Galing.
1991, it was fully paid after the issuance in 1982.
Sige po. So it's an old power in existing law, and they actually availed, they exercised the power. Can I proceed to another matter?
Yes, please.
Moving forward,
Yes, thank you.
Page 8, line 8, paragraph C. Invest its funds as it may deem proper. May extra funds ba ang NHA for investing, Mr. President?
Wala po. Talagang kulang pa. Kaya nga hindi umuusad masyadong mabilis ang ating housing.
Is this a new power or
This is
authority?
also contained in the original presidential decree, the charter.
Do they have funds invested somewhere?
I believe they have no investment portfolio at all right now.
Binabantayan natin yan kasi
Kaya nga eh.
sa PhilHealth.
That's correct.
Ang laki-laki ng investable funds, pero ang primary purpose mo is to spend for health.
Tama,
Okay,
nakalimutan gastusin.
Pero ma'am, is it correct, Mr. President, that we changed the and here to or? invest its funds as it may deem proper in bonds and securities issued or guaranteed by the government or by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Is the existing law and issued and guaranteed, and we're changing it to issued or guaranteed?
Is the original law or and?
Are we changing it?
Are we changing it? Is that deliberate or
So-
a typo?
So the power might be existing, but there is some nuance that we are changing, Mr. President.
So, and?
Did we change?
I think we restored the old one. I think there seems to be a typo or a mistake. There's no intent to change.
No, this is PD 757.
Yes.
In letter M, section 6, letter M. Invest its funds as it may deem proper in bonds and securities issued and guaranteed by the government or by the Central Bank of the Philippines.
That's right.
Sa ating bill, or.
Yes, thank
So,
you very
what are we
much
doing?
for citing
What
that.
are we doing?
We should restore and maintain the old end.
So, Mr. President, a motion now is to amend.
To amend.
On page 8,
On
line
page
8,
8, line 8.
after the word issued, delete the word or, and in lieu thereof, insert the word and.
Yes, we so move.
I so move, Mr. President. We so move, Mr. President.
So move jointly. There
Jointly.
being no objection, the amendment is approved.
Okay. So, this is about kasi the investment of the funds of the NHA.
Oo nga,
Ang sinasabi ng NHA sa atin, wala silang investable funds.
Sa ngayon.
Sa ngayon, yes, correct. Pero bakit po sa corporate operating budget ng NHA, ang laki-laki ng reported operations budget nila? It's in the 20 billion, 25 billion pesos, Mr. So that we will understand. Akala tuloy, this representation got the impression na marami rin siguro kayong investable funds o na-invest na funds, Mr. President.
I believe, as explained during the period of interpellation, those are the funds that are carry over from years past and are being utilized for ongoing construction projects.
But how can 20 billion pesos be reported every year as part of corporate operating budget? Hindi ba ang corporate operating budget is for that particular fiscal year ang pinag-uusapan natin? Kasi pag tanungin ng NHA kung may pera kayo o wala, kulang. Tapos, pag tignan mo yung corporate operating budget, in the billions, 20 billion, Mr.
Yung
President.
20 billion, nakakontrata na yun, ongoing na yung mga projects na yun. They're all obligated and they're actually disbursed partially to different projects. Some of them are in Marawi. They have funds from DPWH. They have funds from DOTR, all these funds that are already allocated to different projects. They're, strictly speaking, not really operating funds.
Kaya nga, is there some misreporting in the COB of NHA or talagang nahirapan lang ako intindihin ang COB ng NHA?
May
Kasi
kaguluhan po.
every year, ganun lang.
Kine-carry over ng
Meron
kine-carry
silang
over.
yes. So, paano nangyari yun? We get the impression that they are spending that much every year, Mr. President.
Hindi nagagastos yung kanilang iba't ibang trust fund or yung mga pondo na linilipat ng DOTR, DPWH at nakikarry over year on year. Kaya pa ulit-ulit lang hanggat hindi natatapos. Pero yung COB, kung mapapansin po ninyo, hindi naman pareho yung amount. Lumiliit ng lumiliit over time kasi natatapos rin yung mga project at
Yes.
nagbabayad din.
Yes, pero pag if we add the COB for 2 consecutive years, it doesn't mean that the NHA spent the total nung dalawang tama.
No.
Kaya nga
That's right. So there's something wrong. I agree that there's something wrong with the reporting because it appears like the amount is being spent on an annual basis when in fact it's a mere carryover of the previous year.
Ito LBRM. I'm reading from an LBRMO document, Mr. President. where it is stated that the projected beginning cash balance for fiscal year 2025 of NHA is 17.696 billion pesos. Tama po ba yun? More or less doon sa vicinity na yon?
Yes, kasi ang nangyayari, kapag hindi nagagastos lahat, kine-carry over sa susunod na taon. Pero kapag dinagdag mo yung mga taon, hindi talaga yun ang total na nakuha nila. Kine-carry over lang nila from the previous year. Kasi hindi pa nauubos, hindi pa nagagastos, hindi pa natatapos yung project.
Okay, but that's actual cash held by the NHA.
17 billion.
17.69 billion.
May cash, may receivables, anticipated receivables.
Halo-halo po yan. May cash on hand na talaga. These are usually the transfers from DOTR, DPWH, and so on. Meron ring receivables na ina-anticipate na makukolekta at meron rin mga certified receivables na makokolekta within the year. So, lahat yun.
Kaya nasa projected, ang tawag, projected beginning cash. Ano pa?
That's right. Kaya projected lang.
But since nag-start na si year 2025, so we now have the figure as a matter of fact. What was the beginning cash balance for January 1, 2025? Kasi ito projected noong time na sinulat siya. So, I'm asking all of these questions, Mr. President, while we are still in this section about investing its funds. Kasi ayaw natin ang ending nito na parang PhilHealth.
Baka ma-PhilHealth tayo.
Ang daming funds na naka-invest, Mr. President. Sinabi naman sa atin ng NHA General Manager na wala silang funds na invested. Pero that's why we're clarifying if they hold so much cash, why and what do they do with the cash?
Nagpapakumanin sila, wala pa silang
Sige po.
mga liquidated at saka naayos ng mga kwenta for the year end. But having said that, kahalo kasi dyan yung mga receivables.
Yes.
So, anticipated and projected pa lamang yan.
Yes, the report, aminado ko projected, but nag-start na yung year, so they must have the figure. But at any rate, Mr. President, we are willing to move on.
I believe September, the latest cash balance, it's at 21 billion.
Malaki
Correct?
din.
Yeah.
Malaki, Mr. President. So at least, thank you for the information from NHA. So we're willing to move on with the amendment process, Mr. President. So if we're yielding to the sponsor, Mr. President.
Yes, we are now on number 10. So on the same on the same section, page 9.
We're on page 9, okay.
Yes, we're now on page 9, line 3. To simply delete the conjunction "and" after the word "process." I so move.
Any
Mr.
objection?
President.
There being none, amendment is approved.
On the same section on page line 6, delete the punctuation mark period, and in lieu thereof, insert the punctuation mark semicolon and the conjunction "and" after the word "sector." I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On the same section and page, line 7 na po ito, after the enumeration E, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. So that would be the new paragraph. F, engage in land banking by acquiring and investing in land situated in strategic locations, particularly near train stations, ports, and other high-capacity transit hubs for purposes of socialized housing development in coordination with the Department of Transportation, Public Works and Highways, NEDA, and Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, and we thank Senator Risa Ontiveros for bringing up this provision and the transport housing policy.
The lady, the sponsor, may proceed.
On page 23, unless there are others, I jump to page 19.
Hanggang
section
20 lang po yung
23.
akin.
Yeah, page 19. Section 23, unless the Minority Leader has further questions.
The lady may proceed.
On Section 23, page 19, line 10, after the word charter, to insert a new paragraph to read as follows. The DHSUD shall cause the NHA Board to deliberate and reach agreements on the reorganization of the NHA pursuant to RA 11201, especially with regard to the mandates of the NHA and its relations to other key shelter agencies and local government units. An advisory group composed of the GCG, NEDA, and DHSUD shall assist the NHA Board in formalizing the reorganization as it pertains to the NHA. The DHSUD shall ensure the translation of the KSA reorganization into operational approaches, staffing patterns, and resources for the NHA. In support of the NHA Board, the NEDA and GCG shall periodically evaluate the fitness for purpose of the programs, activities, projects, and personal development of the NHA corresponding to this revised role of the NHA. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the long amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Okay, on page 19 still, after line 21, to insert a new section 25, to be known as the mandatory review section, to read as follows. Section 25, mandatory review, 5 years after the effectivity of the Act, and every 5 years thereafter. The DHSUD, COA, and GCG shall conduct a systematic evaluation of the authority, its performance and organizational structure, if necessary, recommend reorganization, consolidation, or abolition and transition of the authority. Indicators shall include housing production, occupancy, collection efficiency, number of families served, findings of the COA, and beneficiary feedback. This evaluation report shall be released and made available to the stakeholders and the public. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? And to renumber the succeeding sections accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved to include the renumbering of subsequent sections.
In relation to the insertion of this new section, may I at this juncture be allowed to go back to section 4 under name and corporate assistance to introduce a new amendment.
What
Page
page?
3 po, line 18. Is that correct?
The lady may proceed.
Yes, page 3, line 18. After the word another, remove the word and figure 50, referring to years, to replace it with the word and figure 25, referring also to the years.
Any objection? There being none, proposed amendment is approved.
And lastly, on page 3, line 18, after the year 2025, to insert the phrase, subject to the mandatory review as provided under Section 25 of this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, these are all the individual amendments on Senate Bill 2818 under Committee Report 319. Thank you very
There's a
much.
question, Mr.
And
President.
yes, Minority
Question.
Leader.
The minority leader may proceed.
On section 5, page 3, capitalization. We are now increasing the capitalization of the authority to 10 billion pesos from 5 billion pesos.
That's correct.
May I know what's the practical effect of increasing the capitalization of government-owned corporation, government-owned or controlled corporation from 5 billion to 10 billion? What's the practical effect?
Well, time and again, we have highlighted the fact that our national housing program is so underfinanced. And I believe after the long period of 50 years, a doubling of its capitalization is actually quite meager. So.
Yes, but what's the practical effect? Diba? Every year we include in the GAA subsidy to the NHA. What's the effect here, Mr. President?
Yes, but if you will notice, Minority Leader, the last couple of years have been very, very small in terms of the budget allocation. It's a mere 2 billion. And given the number of emergency and disaster housing that we've been having to put up, it's barely enough. So the capitalization at 10 billion, kulang na kulang pa rin.
And in some laws, Mr. President, we say fully to be subscribed by the government, and we also mention how it is to be paid. How the subscription is to be paid. Dito po wala eh. So what does this mean? Kung naging 10 billion, so under the law, 10 billion na yung authorized capital stock ninyo, but you don't have that in cash infusion unless we specify how will the Republic of the Philippines pay for the shares?
Well, NHA will be very happy if you include it in the GAA po.
So wala pa.
Siguro we seek guidance from
Or in the law.
Yeah, we seek guidance from the Senate President on how, Mr. Senate President, if we can bring your attention to page 3, lines 19 to 23 on the capitalization. We increase it to 10 billion to be fully subscribed by the Republic of the Philippines. But we are silent on how it is to be paid. Iba ata yung subscription lang, walang cash ano yun eh. Wala yatang pasok ng pera sa NHA yun. So, is it advisable that we also mention in the charter, on this law, how it is to be paid by the Republic of the Philippines? Kasi sa Maharlika
That's
Bill,
right.
sa Maharlika Bill, ginawa ninyo yun na how it is to be paid.
Tama. Pero kasi yung dati, talagang yung 5 billion nang galing sa budget.
Correct.
So ito ngayon, yung 10 billion, sasabihin rin natin na magagaling sa budget. O baka magka-problema tayo dyan.
I think the intention, if I remember my corporation code correctly, that it is fully subscribed by the Republic of the Philippines is totally different from it being paid
Up.
Correct.
within a certain span of time. So when it will be paid up is not provided for in Section 5. Whether it's going to be charged against the GAA or the own revenues of NHA, it is silent.
That's why my first question was, anong practical effect nito? There must be, if we are to provide something new, it must be felt by the NHA. So
Usually-
hindi lang yung nag-subscribe, ano?
No, usually, Your Honor, authorized capital stock, correct me if I'm wrong again, is increased in order to enable the corporation
to borrow
to
more.
enter into arrangements, contracts, whether it be borrowing or otherwise others. That is well within within its authority to undertake, given the authorized capital stock. It is by law provided for.
Siguro, Mr.
Yes,
President.
if I recall, the presidential decree also increased capital stock to 5 billion. Unti-unti yan eh. Nag-umpisa sa 500 million hanggang naging 5 billion. Again, without mentioning the source of paid-up capital. Pero subscription lang naman kasi ito, hindi naman siya paid up.
Okay, so the Senate President has informed us na may gamit din si increased authorized capital stock, but it is not in actual cash infusion, additional cash infusion to the NHA because walang nakasulat dito.
Yes, wala po.
Maybe we can entertain that every year bayaran sila in the span of 10 years fully paid up na. Parang ganun, Mr. President. Para may practical value sa NHA, hindi lang.
Well, the NHA will be more than happy to accept that amendment, but perhaps the Senate President can weigh in, given that he's the one who negotiates the budget, and this will have impact on those negotiations.
I'm thinking of the amendment.
Sige.
Hindi, kasi magiging budget na po eh.
Anyway, Mr. President, humingi naman kami ng clean copy.
Yes.
So we'll have one subject matter na lang po yung pinag-isipan natin. And I'm not insisting on it. Pagka sabihin nyo na may practical value na ito, di okay, so be it. Your authorized capital stock has been increased to 10 billion, but There
Pero
is no
salita
cash
lang yun.
there is no cash infusion to the
We will go over
to the NHA.
That's right. Thank you very much for the recommendation. And if we can come up with better language and a more specific provision, we certainly will consult the minority leader. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Rizzo Tiberos, would like to make a manifestation.
Let's first dispose of session is suspended.
With no other individual amendment, I move to close a period of individual amendments.
Session is suspended.
Withdraw my previous motion. Instead, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2818.
Any objection? Hearing none, further consideration of Senate Bill number 2818 is hereby suspended. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Deputy Minority Floor Leader?
Mr. President, I wish to make a manifestation before the body.
The lady may proceed.
Salamat tabi, Mr. President. Mr. President, dear colleagues, magandang hapon po. Nakaabot po sa akin na ang ilan po sa aking mga colleagues ay nag-withdraw bilang co-authors sa Senate Bill 1979 o ang Prevention of Adolescent Pregnancy Bill. Nauunawaan ko po ang kanilang mga posibleng konsiderasyon. And I wish to take this opportunity to inform this body that I have given much thought to the opposition raised against the bill. Legislation, as they say, is the art of the possible. And while my personal convictions maintain that SB 1979 is a reasoned and appropriate response to this national crisis that is teenage pregnancy, mas nais ko na magkaisa tayo sa layunin na pababain ang teenage pregnancy sa Pilipinas at bigyang suporta ang mga kabataang nangangailangan. Mr. President, nalulungkot ako that discussions on the bill have been muddled by so much disinformation. Sinabi nila na nasa bill yung 0 to 4 years old masturbation, anal sex, oral sex, at kung ano-ano pang mga konsepto na hindi akma sa mga bata. Natakot ang sambayanan. Pero uulitin ko, wala naman ang mga ito sa bill. At kailanman ay hindi ito makakapasok sa anumang panukala na aking isusulong. Isa pa, I cannot in good conscience support the complete removal of comprehensive sexuality education from our policy landscape. Not just for the Filipino youth, but also for us, their parents, guardians, and teachers, who may find it hard to discuss these topics with our children and students. The 2021 Young Adult Fertility and Sexuality Survey has shown that Filipino youth would rather ask no one, rather than ask any of their parents about sexual and reproductive health. Kailangan ito at napatunayan na ng maraming pag-aaral at karanasan ng lokal na komunidad na ang epekto ng CSE ay pagbaba, hindi pagtaas ng numero ng kabataang maagang nabubuntis. Sa gitna ng lahat ng ito, I have sought to address the fundamental objections raised. Tinanggal na po natin ang phrase na guided by international standards dahil sa mga pangambang inihain ng ilan. Nilimitahan na natin ang CSE sa adolescents o ang 10 years old and above. We have also introduced a provision guaranteeing academic and religious freedom. Having expressed this with the consent of the body and after discussions with the Senate President, to whom I am very grateful for allowing this space for discourse, I am filing an amendment by substitution that seeks to address the objections in the bill. Please rest assured, Mr. President, that I remain ready and willing to listen to the concerns and suggestions of all my fellow senators. Marami pong salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you for that manifestation, Senator Ontiveros. Duly noted and entered into the records, but for the information of the lady as well, I personally have not yet seen the letter or letters for withdrawal, although it has been apparently received by my office given what I saw in social media. But I have yet to receive an actual copy and read the actual copy of those letters. We will act on it at the proper time, distinguished lady. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 11072 under Committee Report number 449. This is the bill on the franchise area expansion of Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated. So move, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I withdraw my previous motion. Instead, I move that we should resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2647 under Committee Report number 250. This is the bill strengthening the Basis Conversion and Development Authority. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Having closed the period of interpellation, I move to open the period of amendment and recognize the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, to propose his individual amendment. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Villar, the distinguished chairperson of the committee sponsoring the measure, is recognized and may proceed.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to introduce certain amendments to the bill. So move, Mr. President. On page 2, line 14, insert a peso sign before the figure 200 billion. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, proposed amendment is approved.
On the same page, on lines 15 to 18, restore the phrase, shall either be paid up from the proceeds of the sales of its land assets as provided for in Section 8 of this Act or by transferring to the Conversion Authority properties valued in such amount. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Still on page 2, lines 18 to 19, delete the phrase, shall be funded by the Conversion Authority either in cash or property. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Next, on page 2, lines 20 to 24, restore the entire sentence. An initial operating capital in the amount of 70 million pesos is hereby authorized to be appropriated out of any funds in the National Treasury not otherwise appropriated, which shall be covered by preferred shares of the Conversion Authority retirable within 2 years. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On page 4, line 6, after the word authority, insert the punctuation mark, comma, and the phrase, as landowner and administrator of the herein enumerated special economic and freeport zones, and a punctuation mark, comma. Thus, the proviso shall now read as follows. The Conversion Authority, as landowner and administrator of the herein enumerated special economic and freeport zones, is hereby authorized to sell the lands in the immediately preceding paragraphs, provided that no sale of such land shall be undertaken until a master development plan and a strategic disposition plan are approved by the Board of Directors of the Conversion Authority. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Still, on page 4, line 20, delete the word of after the word development. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, lines 22, after the word zones, delete the proviso provided further that 25% of the net proceeds from the sale thereof shall be remitted to the Bureau of Treasury to finance the AFP Pension Fund. Thus, the proviso shall now read as follows. The proceeds from the sale thereof shall accrue to the Conversion Authority to finance the development of and infrastructure projects in the above-mentioned special economic and freeport zones. I so move, Mr. President.
Chair would like to seek clarification. We deleted the word of after development, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So, the proceeds from the sale thereof shall accrue to the Conversion Authority to finance the development and infrastructure projects?
The development of...
No, we deleted of.
Yeah. Wait. Just 1 minute.
Session is suspended.
Correction, you're correct, Senate President.
The gentleman may proceed.
The proceeds, thus the proviso shall now be read as follows. The proceeds from the sale thereof shall accrue to the Conversion Authority to finance the development and infrastructure projects in the above-mentioned special economic and freeport zones.
I don't think that is grammatically correct.
Wait, sorry, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Okay.
Take 3.
Yes. Thus, the proviso shall now be read as follows. The proceeds from the sale thereof shall accrue to the conversion authority to finance the development of infrastructure projects in the above-mentioned special economic and Freeport zones. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, proposed amendment is approved.
On page 2, line 3, delete the word 50 and replace it with 30 years. Thus, the proviso shall be read as follows. It shall have a term of 50 years from its organization, which shall be extended for another 30 years upon the expiration of its original term.
This is an anterior amendment. Any objection to the proposed amendment? Anterior amendment. There being none, proposed amendment is approved, subject to style.
Next, Mr. President, I would like to introduce amendments as proposed by our dear colleague, Senator Nancy Binay. I so move, Mr. President.
The gentleman may proceed.
On page 3, from line 26 to line 27, delete the phrase, the Board of Directors of the Conversion Authority by majority vote of its members and, before the word considering. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Still on the same page, line 28, insert the phrase, the President, after the phrase, economic conditions. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved, subject to style.
Thus, the paragraph under Section 3 of the bill from line 26 of page 3 to line 5 of page 4 shall be read as follows. Considering the market demand and economic conditions, the President may declare an additional area not exceeding 5% of the total land area of each of the above-mentioned special economic and Freeport zones as alienable and disposable. The lands referred to in the immediately preceding sentence shall be allocated for residential and residential, mixed-use, institutional, and industrial purposes. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, and that is all, Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, the minority leader is requesting for a clean copy. Therefore, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2647.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is now suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 11072 under Committee Report number 449. This is the bill on the franchise area expansion of Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, Chairperson of the Subcommittee on the Franchise Area Expansion of Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated, to principally sponsor and defend the measure and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Coco-Pimentel III.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Honorable Senator Zubiri, the sponsor of the measure, is recognized. And to interpellate, our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Coco-Pimentel. Both gentlemen have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, thank you. With the permission of our sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President. I
So,
would
this is
be honored to be interpellated by my fellow Mindanaoan and former Senate President.
This is a franchise bill, Mr. President,
That's correct, Your Honor.
and presumably has originated from the House of Representatives.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Is this a renewal of the franchise of the Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated?
It is an expansion, Your Honor, to cover the new areas indicated by the bill. So it is an expansion of the franchise, Your Honor.
So DLP's original franchise is from what year to what year, Mr.
The
President?
DLP franchise is until 2050 pa po, will expire September 2050. Your Honor, Mr. President. Actually, this is the same measure or slightly different, no, of the measure that we passed towards the end of the 18th Congress, Your Honor, Mr. President, to answer the problem of the lack of electricity, power outages in the island city of Samal and many other areas of Davao del Norte.
So, Mr. President, we are amending the original franchise law for DLP. DLP means Davao Light and Power.
Yes, that's right.
Specifically, the coverage.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige, can the sponsor, Mr. President, tell us
The areas.
what are the existing areas in the original and what will be the new areas given to DLP as the power distributor?
Show them up.
Distributor ba siya dito? Power, is this a power distribution franchise, Mr. President?
That's correct.
Correct, yes, sir.
That's correct. Maybe we can show to the screen, Your Honor, the picture of the provinces. If we may ask our technical people to present to the screen, what is the current coverage of DLPC or Davao Light?
DLPC.
And then the proposed coverage, Your Honor. Let me find out if we can do that. Can we do that? Are we doing it? Yes, sir. Unless you have the list of names. But I can mention, for the meantime, I can mention the list of names. I know, but I can't read it. Okay. Currently serving the areas of Davao City, Panabo City, and the municipalities of Carmen, Duhali, and Santo Tomas in the province of Davao del Norte, Your Honor, Mr. President. Current po yan. Opo.
Panabo City, Carmen,
Duhali, Santo Tomas
and Santo
in the
Tomas.
province of Davao del Norte.
So this has nothing to do, because I know the LPC is also the power distributor franchisee for Davao City.
That's correct,
So
Your
this
Honor.
does not involve that, but that's a separate law.
No, this is the existing law, Mr. President.
So,
Yung existing law is Davao City, Panabo City,
Davao
and
City.
Carmen, Duhali, and Santo Tomas in the province of Davao del Norte. We tried to expand it on the 18th Congress, pero hindi nga na-ilusot, Your Honor, Mr. President.
so this is the coverage. So walang issue po dyan kasi the current coverage. We
Opo,
are now adding how many new LGUs to the coverage, Mr. President?
The exact names are Tagum City, Island City, Garden City of Samal, the municipalities of Asuncion, Kapalong, New Corella, San Isidro, and Talangingod in the province of Davao del Norte, and the municipality of Maco in the province of Davao de Oro, Your Honor. Yan po yung mga additional coverage areas.
So meron tayong isang one municipality in one province lang ang dinagdag po doon.
Opo, sa Davao de Oro, Maco lang po ang naidadagdag.
Kulang ka rito. Mato daw eh. Kulang ito. Bakit kulang ito? Kulang. So, as I understand, Mr. President, yung new LGUs natin, which we will now incorporate into the existing franchise area of DLCP, are currently being served by an electric co-op.
That's correct, sir.
Yes.
Nordeco.
So what happens now, Mr. President? How is the transition supposed to happen? And isn't the current electric co-op power distributor not objecting to the expansion of the franchise area of DLPC?
Actually, they are objecting, Your Honor, Mr. President. But there's been precedents in the past wherein we granted a private entity the franchise to distribute electricity in electric cooperative areas. One was when more power was extended across Iloilo province to take over the area of Ileco. And the other one is when more power took over the distribution utility Seneco in Negros Occidental, also whose franchises will expire on 2028. Yung Nordeco is also expiring on 2028. So if we look at the experience that we've had in these last two localities, two franchise areas, the local government units, out of sheer frustration because of the high pricing, the brownouts, the blackouts that are being, the occurrence of these anomalies with the electric power generation distribution in these provinces, opted to get a private entity to run the area. So in this case, the same has been said with these areas wherein during our hearing, the governor, all the mayors, the different business groups, the different associations and the NGOs and consumer groups were up in arms, and they asked if they can transfer their service from Nordeco to Davao Light and Power Corporation. Actually, in Nordeco, Your Honor, Mr. President, magulo talaga yan. Nagbabarilan pa yan dati. Remember, it was during the time of Digong Duterte, President Digong, where he kind of martial lawed that area because there was people who were actually getting shot because of the fight between the two groups in the cooperative. So what the president did at that time, the former president, was he had NHA take over that whole cooperative to be able to, once and for all, finalize who is the real GM, who is the real members of the board, because for a while, nagkakagulo, nagbarilan pa. May namatay pa yun, Mr. President, na mga officials, not Nordeco, but the cooperative prior to that was called Daneco. It was Daneco. So nagkakagulo sila. And so, thinking, after the former president did that, thinking that the services would improve, unfortunately, as presented in my privileged speech, and I can present here also today, Mr. President, the services have not improved. As a matter of fact, the prices still remain between 3 to 4 pesos more expensive than Davao Light and Power. And then you have all sorts of number of brownouts, yung tinatawag na SAIF, SAIFI and SAIDI, which is the frequency and the duration of brownouts. And I will show to you in a bit, Your Honor, the blatant discrepancy between Davao Light and Davao and Nordeco. If you see here, Your Honor, SAIDI is the duration of brownouts. DLPC, Davao Light, has only 209 minutes a year, average annual. In 1 year, 209 minutes lang po yung brownout na nararamdaman na kanilang mga covered areas. In Nordeco po, it's 242 minutes a month. This is from the DOE. They had the DOE mismo, and they did not deny it po. So in a month's time, there's about minimum of 4-hour brownouts in their franchise area. Minimum po yan. At sometimes it's about 6 hours and longer. SAIFI naman is the frequency. Gaano kadalas po? Ang brownout sa Davao Light and Power is only an average of 3.1 times a year. Ang Nordeco is 4.9 times a month. 4.99. In other words, they have almost 5, kasi 4.99. 5 brownouts a month ang average ng Nordeco. So, kaya you can feel the frustration. During the hearing talagang halos umiiyak na po ang mga constituents ng Nordeco. As a matter of fact, if we do the computation, Your Honor, the average price difference of Nordeco as compared to DLPC is about 3 pesos and 50 centavos. And we made a simple computation, Your Honor, for a household that utilizes about 200 kilowatt hour per month. That's a savings of 700 pesos a month po, Your Honor. So imagine that 700 can buy 11 to 12 kilos of rice that can really help the household. And that's the poorest of the poor kasi yung 200 kilowatts yan ang subsistence, marginalized consumers yan. So napakabigat po, Your Honor. And so they went to see me in these territories, all the mayors of these new areas, together with the governor, and appealed that they be included in the expansion, not only to Samal, but also to them, because initially it was only for Samal Island Garden City.
So the images being projected, Mr. President,
Yes, that's correct, Your
can
Honor.
help us. So the flesh-colored ones are
The
current DLPC franchise.
That's correct, Your Honor.
At Davao City is not shown
Davao
there, no?
City is not there, but I
Not
think
shown
it's
there,
right
yeah.
beside it. It's on the.
Yes, malaki yun.
Yeah, it's right
So
beside it.
now, if this bill becomes law, yun na. It's the entire Davao del Norte na province plus one municipality in Davao del Oro. Davao de
correct.
Oro. Opo.
That's correct.
So that's what's going to happen.
That's correct.
Mr. President, I have been informed that we have passed a similar measure but vetoed by the
Yes,
incumbent president. So
Yes, Mr. President.
So have we addressed the concerns raised in the veto message of the president?
Yes, Mr. President. On the President's message, the previous bill, it says the bill runs counter to EPIRA, mandating all existing franchises to be allowed to their full term. But the NHA also came out with an order that 5 years prior to the term ending, they should already be applying to Congress. So there's only 3 years left. So within the period pa po, kasi at the time when it was vetoed, it was not within the period of 5 years. So usually within the period of 5 years, they have to be applying to Congress. If Congress will give them the franchise, because we all know, it's a privilege, not a right of Congress. And therefore, now is the time for them to apply. The problem is Congress will not give them their extension. Nagsalita na po yung mga congressmen ng area na yun that they prefer this rather than giving the franchise to Nordeco. That's why no one filed on their behalf, Your Honor, Mr. President. So that's one of the veto messages of the President. The other one is the violation of the impairment laws as enshrined by the 1987 Constitution. And my answer to that, Mr. President, is a legislative franchise such as Nordeco is not protected by the non-impairment laws found in Article 3, Section 10 of the 1987 Constitution, and is always subject to amendment, alteration, or repeal by Congress as in its present case. So, kayo pong expert dyan. You're a legal luminary, Your Honor, Mr. President. But there has been already a precedent, and it says here, there's jurisprudence on the recent decision. This is the most recent decision, Mr. President, on the Supreme Court entitled Iloilo Electric Cooperative, or ILECO, versus Executive Secretary. In this case, a new franchise was given under Republic Act number 11918, while subsisting franchises remain operative. Like Nordeco, the owners of the subsisting franchises argued that the new franchise granted violated the non-impairment laws, to which the Supreme Court stated. Medyo mahaba po ito,
Sige po, Mr. President.
Yeah, medyo
So ganito, meaning to say, Mr. President, that we did not address the issues raised by the President in his veto message by adjusting the words in the bill. It's just the passage of time which cured the objection of the President?
We did, Mr. President.
So what adjustments in the wording of the measure did we make, Mr. President, to address the veto message of the President?
Our committee report, Mr. President, mitigates the possible non-impairment of PSAs by ensuring that there exists an incentive mechanism for existing Nordeco suppliers to renegotiate or terminate their contracts with Nordeco, by allowing Nordeco's existing suppliers to participate in the competitive selection process of the LPC for demand over the expanded franchise area and carry an additional right to improve the winning bidder's price, a right not available to their other suppliers of DLPC who did not previously supply Nordeco. This is an innovation, Mr. President, of the new committee report compared to the one vetoed by the President, without impairing the obligation of contracts. Kasi yung isa sa mga veto messages po yung
Yes.
obligation to contracts. So
Sige,
we had
so
added here.
that's for the suppliers or contractors
Yes,
of
sir.
the existing franchisee over
Yes,
there.
sir.
But if you look at the existing franchisee, so how about from the point of view of the existing franchisee, hindi ba siya na-violate din yung kanyang contract given by Congress through the franchise?
It would have been a matter of time lang, Mr. President, kasi expiring na po yung franchise nila. And it's not automatic. We all know,
Sige,
it's not automatic.
Nordeco's franchise will expire.
2028.
Can we have the month, sir?
I don't know the month, but it's 2028. Yung para sa Samal nila is 2033.
May Samal 20.
33, yung sa Samal nila.
2033.
Pero yung 2028 is already expired. That's the major area of...
So hindi ba tayo may butas dun sa Samal? Because that's quite still a long period of time.
Makes no sense, Mr. President, if...
Kasi, Mr. President, the argument now is, at any rate, Congress did not or will not renew the Nordeco franchise because it's already 2025 and expiring in 2028. But yet there is also a franchise expiring in 2033. Can we use that argument that it's still 2025 and that's 8 years to go? I don't think we can assume that this present Congress will or present or the next one will let it expire, Mr. President, or lapse.
Pero, Mr. President, to be very honest, Mr. President, to my distinguished colleague from Cagayan de Oro, Marikina, the number one clamor for their removal of Nordeco is actually the people of Samal Island.
Yes, okay.
They're the ones that are really experiencing horrible brownouts. And even the submarine cable that they promised, it never materialized. Yung submarine cable, hindi na nawawala. So, the people of Samal Island are actually using generators, Mr. President. Imagine gensets. Not only is it dirty, but it's also very expensive because it's diesel bunker fuel gensets. So, talagang naawang-awa po ako sa kanila. And I mean,
Wala po bang fixed procedure under law on how a licensed power distributor can take over the operations, the unsatisfactory operations of a power distributor in its franchise?
Hindi po, Mr. President. It has to go through, they must have a franchise or permission from Congress.
Correct. That's I agree with the response.
I used to be chairman of the Committee on
Yes,
Franchise. Yan din ang argument ko
Tama.
dati.
You cannot, kasi Congress, when we give the franchise, we consider the personality of the franchisee.
That's correct,
Tama
sir.
po.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Pero that's my worry, Mr. President. May dalawa kasi sa 2028, the practice is that why you mentioned the 5 years, Mr. President? The
Yes.
practice is if your franchise
There's
is
actually a letter po.
expiring
There's the letter.
in 5 years, it is customary or the practice to seek renewal from
That's correct,
Congress.
Your Honor. That's correct, Your Honor.
So, 2028 minus 5, 2023. Pero yung 2033, Mr. President, yung franchise na yun, are we talking about 2 legislative franchises of Nordeco?
No, I don't. Dalawa. So it's a NHA. NHA was the one who granted them the 2033. So my question, Brian,
The
kasi hindi
legislative.
ba- wala.
Hindi, Nordeco.
Delegated lang ng
Nordeco has no
legislative law.
legislative franchise. Kaya po ako napatanong because I have been informed by my staff that NHA has a procedure on how to replace an unsatisfactory franchisee.
They can take over, Your Honor. Mr. President.
Bakit hindi na lang ito sinunod ng DLPC?
Ay, hindi po pwede. What NHA does, if, and this happened to my electric co-op, yung Fibeco, first Bukidnon electric co-op, na nagkaroon ng problema sa corruption, tinanggal po ng NHA, nag-take over po, they put an acting GM, and they had appointed a temporary board of directors. Hanggang dun lang po yan, Mr. President. Hindi po nila pwedeng i-assign yan sa private corporation. It has to be really a law of Congress. I have with me kasi, Mr. President, the NHA memorandum order, which says that the electric cooperative should already be applying to Congress at least 5 years prior to the expiration of the franchise. So, yun po ang ito signed by Mr. Almeda.
Bakit,
Antonio Almeda.
what is the explanation why Nordeco operates as a power distributor franchisee without any legislative franchise?
No, it was by a PIRA law, Sir, Your Honor. Di ba? PD 269. But I remember also that the PIRA,
binalik natin sa Congress.
binalik natin sa Congress. Okay.
Sige po.
So, by operation of a PD, Your Honor. But most of the electric cooperatives are expiring na, Mr. President, within the next 5 years. Electric cooperatives. They have to see us here.
In the earlier examples given, yung nangyari sa Iloilo at saka nangyari po sa Negros, yung tinake over ba na electric co-op ay wala ring legislative franchise?
Wala din
So
po, sir.
magkamukha din dito?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
Mr. President, yes.
so we can say na may precedents talaga na...
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. So, ang gusto sabihin sa atin ng ating, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. President, no, ang sinasabi ng ating sponsor is kahit magpaplebisito tayo dyan sa mga
yes, Mr. President.
consumer,
Yes, Mr. President.
the sponsor is very confident na ang lalabas na gusto nilang power distributor nila would be the LPC. Tama?
Yes, Mr.
Tama po,
President.
Mr. President.
Absolutely, Mr. President. Patamaan man ako nakikidlat. You can ask it's as clear as night and day. Ang sinabi ko nga doon sa speech ko, Mr. President, may karsada nga eh. Yung karsada, which is Davao City, and then yung katabi niya is Davao del Norte na town, karsada lang po ang pagitan, 4 lanes. Doon na sila kumakabit sa Davao City kasi walang brownout tsaka mura yung kuryente. Dahil mas gusto po nila na mas magandang serbisyo. And that is the clamor really. And many of the tourist areas there, Mr. President, have been complaining. The hotels, there's a brand new hotel, Discovery Shores, Samal. Ang ganda-ganda po. You know, it's being run by its own private generators. Umiiyak na rin po yung may-ari kasi sabi niya, ang laki ng gastos niya, lahat ng maski na full occupancy siya, wala pa rin kita dahil sariling generator siya, nakabukas 24/7. So, talagang ganun ang situation nila doon. That's why, although there is growth and development in these areas I mentioned, like Tagum and Samal, but it's at the expense of the private citizen. Kawawa naman po, sir. And all barangays, Mr. President, for the record, 117 barangays that are part of this expanded area have passed resolutions to be covered under DLPC.
Barangay, municipality,
Yes, sir.
city, and province level.
sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
So, Mr. President, so aside from the territorial coverage of the franchise area, are there any other new concepts or ideas or powers that we're introducing in the amendments?
Yes,
Meron po?
Your Honor, because we added an escrow. We added escrow for the payment ng mga creditors, payment ng mga yung separation pay ng mga hindi qualified. I'd like to put on record also, we put in the law or the committee report, Mr. President, Your Honor, the portion wherein they will hire as much as possible the existing men and women of Nordeco that are qualified. And those who they deem not qualified, they will be given by law what is due to them as a separation pay. And then we also put a provision here, Mr. President, kasi yung nga naging problema dun sa first law, dahil how about the contracts of Nordeco dun sa malalaking power suppliers? Diba? So, babaliwala na lang po yan. So, we put under this, and we discussed it with the ERC. They have no problems with this, Your Honor, wherein we put a 20 centavo per kilowatt hour additional charge to pay for those stranded costs ba tawag dyan? Yeah, debts and liabilities of the electric co-op Nordeco, which makes them also happy. Kaya happy na po na yun yung San Miguel, yung MVP Group, they're happy with this provision kasi mababayaran na rin sila po. And even with the 3 peso, even with the 20 centavo additional increase in rates, ang price is, sana we can flash it on the screen, ang difference in price will still be over 3 pesos, Your Honor, per kilowatt hour savings. you'll have a 3 pesos per kilowatt hour savings pa rin. So,
What does this mean, Mr. President, itong slide na to?
ito yung price comparison nung November, Your Honor, it was 9, ito last November lang po ito, 9 pesos per kilowatt hour po yung Davao Light, and then Nordeco area was 12.60.
So yung 20 centavos additional, magiging 9.31?
9.30. So may mga 3 pesos plus pa rin ang savings.
And so meaning to say, sa original territory ni DLPC, it will be 9 pesos 11 centavos. Sa expanded area, it will be 9 pesos 31 centavos per kilowatt hour. Kasi
yes,
nakasulat po rito, additional charge for 20 centavos per kilowatt hour from the customers within the expanded
Yes, Your Honor.
franchise
Yes,
area.
Your
Is that the objective?
That's the objective, Your Honor.
So sila lang din yung magbabayad doon sa cost of the transfer of the...
Opo. Well,
But
because
will that 20 centavo difference continue till eternity, Mr. President?
until mabayaran po yung kanilang utang.
Tapos magpantayan na sila.
Oo, opo. Tapos bababa ulit yung prices.
Tama, para at least makita nila na they're treated the
Yes,
same way, Mr. President.
It's only for the difference kung hindi pa mabayaran mo sa sale ng existing assets.
Okay.
So, yun lang. Doon ko kulit.
Okay. I was told also by our staff that on the sale of the assets, kasi ang plano din ng DLPC is to buy the assets from Nordeco. And Nordeco will use that money to pay for their utang. So, so yung 20 centavos lang, hindi po automatic yun. Baka, automatic po siya, but only for the difference of the one that is still remaining, of the loan that is remaining. So for example, for computation's sake, let's say 1 billion po yung utang nila, but because the LPC paid for a lot of the assets, the lines and everything, let's say they received 300, 400 million for that, that will be utilized by Nordeco to pay their loan. And then maiiwan na lang po is, let's say, kung 400 yung binayaran, may 600 million ang naiwan, gagamitin na lang yung 20 centavos dun sa naiwan na loan.
Na utang. Ano yung bakit? So, Mr. President, di ba ang NHA meron silang parang ranking or categories for electric co-ops? May we know what is the category of Nordeco?
What's the category? I don't. Can you give me 1 minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
1 minute suspension.
Suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
They claim that they're AA now, AA cooperative.
What does that mean, AA, Mr. President? Magaling.
Kung sa battery, AAA.
May we know the categories recognized by NHA, and may we know anong kanilang description of the categories.
There's no description, Sen. The categories would be from D to AAA.
Yeah, the categories would be from D to AAA.
D to AAA. AAA being the best.
The best po.
Yes. And Nordeco is AA?
AA, yes. They're claiming AA.
So how is that described, Mr. President, yung AA? Providing satisfactory services?
Pero Mr. President, the proof in the pudding is in the eating.
So,
Ganun lang naman yun eh.
meaning to say, parang si NHA ang detached from reality.
What I'm showing here, sir, is from the DOE. So I'm not making these numbers up. Tingnan nyo naman, 9 pesos 11 centavos compared to 12 pesos 65 centavos. Ako po, I'm an industrial ice producer. So I have been Iloilo and in Cagayan de Oro. Even a 50 centavo per kilowatt hour increase, ang laki ng tama po sa bottom line. Ito 3 piso. Diyos ko po, many businesses would shut down because of the difference. So, talagang, as I say, the proof in the eating is in the pudding. The proof in the pudding, rather, is in the eating of the pudding. Kung masarap ba sa o hindi. In this case, also yung duration of brownouts. Imagine 5-hour brownouts a month at 4-hour durations. So, Imagine, yung 5 hours, na 5 times po siya nagba-brownout sa isang buwan at 4-hour duration. So it's a total of 20 hours a month at the minimum na nagkaka-brownout dun sa lugar niyan. Malaking bagay din
Can
po
we
siya.
ask NHA for the justification for the AA rating given the observations or the facts divulged by the sponsor this afternoon? So
Di ko nga maintindihan.
we will not hold the approval of this bill, but
Maybe we
being
can-
part of the interpellation as
Yes,
part
sir.
of the
Yes,
information that we are eliciting or asking
Yes,
for,
sir.
Mr. President, if NHA could give an explanation to the committee, to the mother committee, on why Nordeco has been given a AA category.
Category. Ano yan, marami po kasing, how do you say, hakbang bago magkaroon ng AA or AAA or single A. Yan yung collection efficiency, yung kanilang training, pati training nandyan may training yan, expansion na kanilang yung areas for electrification. So they have different requirements before you get that category. I'll get that for you, Your Honor. I'll ask NHA also to write you.
Siguro dapat point of view ng mga consumer, yung price tignan nila, mabigat
Oo.
dapat ang weight binibigay sa price.
Sa price.
Oh, yes.
And efficiency of the electricity.
Yes, efficient. Ito, mga SAIDI and SAIFI, Mr.
Opo.
President.
And
Dapat
then,
na mabigat yan.
Actually, Mr. President, also for the record, this last year alone, several resolutions were filed. Ito, resolution number 629 and 981 investigating Nordeco. If I may read, whereas the
Sa House ba?
Dito sa atin.
Sa atin?
Sa Senado. Nag-hearing na po si Senator Tulfo.
Yan.
Whereas the city of Sama is currently experiencing severe power crisis leading to frequent power outages and disruptions in daily lives of its residents. Whereas the Nordeco has been identified as a potential contributor to the power crisis in Samal Island, allegedly due to its negligence and failure to adequately address increasing electricity demand in the area. And this is only one resolution. So there were 2 resolutions, Your Honor, and nag-hearing na po sila.
Yeah.
So talagang medyo...
Can we retain this slide, Mr. President? Tignan nyo na lang, Mr. President. As explained to us by our sponsor, Nordeco, 242 minutes po yan, ano? Per month. And that's a AA. So imagine na mga kababayan natin being serviced by an electric co-op na B, C, and D.
Yes.
Ang categories.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mas masama pa dyan, Mr. President, sa 242 minutes a month of power outages.
Posible, Mr. President.
Yes, most
Oh,
likely, di ba?
absolutely.
Most likely. Ganun naman yan. So siguro NHA, na-shift po yung ating focus ngayon sa NHA for
Yes.
just to explain to us their categorization parameters, Mr. President.
And in fairness also, Mr. President, to ask the committee, we sought the opinion of NHA. They attended naman the meetings. As a matter of fact, I spoke to Administrator Almeida. He even gave perfecting amendments to the committee report on how they will be paid. Kasi worried din sila. Government gave subsidy for the rural electrification program. So, siyempre, under law, kung magte-take over private entity, but dapat mabayaran sila. So, we put perfecting amendments. And that's part of the 20 centavos, Your Honor. And that's also part of the commitment of the LPC to pay back the rural electrification funds that was given to the franchise area.
It's here in the
Yes, Your Honor.
measure.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige po, kasi parang ang naging end beneficiary sila nung subsidy.
Opo.
Yeah,
Opo.
Sige po, at least the committee has anticipated that, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, this is the choice of the people. Wag nang hindi naman tayo nakatira ron, so mas alam nila yung nangyayari sa lugar nila.
Ako, iiyak din po ako kung ganito yung sinacharge sa amin. Actually, not very far off, Mr. President, yung ibang cooperatives sa Mindanao. So truthfully, napakabigat.
Wake up call. Let's make this exchange the wake up call of the electric co-ops na tinitignan din po natin yung price, SID, SIFI, and what other more, para sa atin, more important parameters to consider
Yes,
in the gauging
Assessment of the
assessment of the services of an
Rating a cooperative.
of an electrical power distributor. Mas mahalaga po ito
Yes, sir.
kaysa
Thank you
sa
very much.
how do you present your billing, may mga ganun siguro,
May ganun,
mga ganun,
efficiency
opo.
in billing, and mga ganun.
Sige po, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, but I just hope that yung ating PLLO is here and monitoring carefully the bill so that, if there is siguro an opinion from or a concern from Malacanang, this will not suffer the same fate as the previous one. Sabihan kaagad tayo. So at any rate, so, Mr. President, with that, I'm willing to terminate my interpellation. And
Thank you very much,
I thank
Your
the
Honor.
sponsor, the hardworking
Thank you.
sponsor, and wish all the best to our constituents, the citizens in Davao del Norte and Mako.
Mako
In
po. Yes, sir.
Davao de Oro. We wish you all the best and enjoy your new electric power distributor.
Rates, opo. Rates. Thank you very much, Your Honor, Mr. President. I would like to thank the Minority Floor Leader for that wonderful exchange. At least I was able to put on record why the people are clamoring for a new provider. Thank you.
Yes, with that, Mr. President,
Thank
I
you,
move
to both gentlemen, Majority Leader.
JV. Sige. Please, hindi ka pa ready.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 11072.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Yes, what is the pleasure of Senator Robin Hood?
Ay, sorry, dito ka na, pare.
Mahal na Pangulo, maiksing manifestasyon lamang po. Opo,
Please proceed.
Ginoong Pangulo, matiyaga pong naghihintay ang inyong lingkod na matalakay po ang matagal na pong nabinbin. Ito pong patungkol po sa medical cannabis bill. Inaantay ko po na ito ay mapag-usapan po sa plenaryo at inaantay ko pa rin po ang aking mga kasamahan na mag-i-interpellate po dito. Nais ko lamang pong magtanong kung hanggang kailan po ako mag-aantay sa interpellasyon. Napakahalaga po sa akin ng bill na ito. I have been patiently waiting for my medical cannabis bill to be discussed in plenary, but unfortunately, not one of my colleagues is prepared to interpolate this measure. Be that as it may, I will be waiting here for the availability of my colleagues to interpolate. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. President, the minority is always prepared. It's a matter of scheduling by the majority leader.
Yes. May
Salamat po.
we ask the Majority Leader if it is in the agenda for today?
Yes, Mr. President, it's in the agenda, but we are prioritizing those measures that are already in the advanced stage, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yes, maybe we can ask our colleagues if they are ready to interpolate the measure of Senator Padilla. Maybe we can ask the members of the majority first if those who are scheduled to interpolate the bill of Senator Padilla. I think those who are scheduled to interpolate the bill of Senator Padilla is this representation, Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Rizzo Ontiveros, and Senator Coco Pimentel. I think, is Senator Sherwin ready to interpolate? He is here right now. The medical cannabis bill. We can tackle it.
Yes, Mr. President, probably later on after we tackle some important measures. We'll talk to the members of the majority who will be ready to
Yes, we can
intervene.
proceed
Para
later if
masimulan na po.
some of our colleagues are ready to interpolate the bill of Senator Padilla.
Yes,
maybe
we'll
we
take
can
that
ask
into
them-
consideration, Mr. President.
Maybe we can ask them later on.
Yes, Mr. President, and for now, I move that we could transfer from the... I'm sorry, we proceed to the reference of business, Mr. President.
Please proceed with the additional reference of business. The Secretary can please read it.
Additional reference of business committee reports. Committee report 455, jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House number 181. Anak increasing the bed capacity of the Region 1 Medical Center in the city of Dagupan, province of Pangasinan, from 600 to 1,500 beds and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments. Sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
456, jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House number 183, increasing the bed capacity of the Amang Rodriguez Memorial Medical Center in the city of Marikina, Metro Manila from 500 to 1,000 beds, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments. Sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
457, jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House number 10258, increasing the bed capacity of the Amay Pakpak Medical Center in the city of Marawi, province of Lanao del Sur, from 400 to 800 beds and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments. Sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
458, jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House number 10472, increasing the bed capacity of the Southern Tagalog Regional Hospital in the city of Bacoor, province of Cavite, from 100 to 300 beds and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate numbers 993 and 1750. Sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
459, jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House number 10146, increasing the bed capacity of the Laguna Provincial Hospital, San Pedro District Hospital in the city of San Pedro, province of Laguna, from 35 to 50 beds, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments. Sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
460, jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House number 10241, establishing in the municipality of Ramon Magsaysay, Zamboanga del Sur, a district hospital to be known as Ramon Magsaysay District Hospital, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments. Sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
461, by the Committees on Health and Finance on House number 10306, establishing in the municipality of Santo Tomas, Davao del Norte, a municipal hospital to be known as the Santo Tomas Municipal Hospital, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate number 1994. Sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
462, by the Committees on Health and Finance on House number 10418, increasing the bed capacity of the Wao District Hospital in Wao, province of Lanao del Sur, from 25 to 100 beds, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate number 2166. Sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
463, by the Committees on Health and Finance on House number 10444, establishing in the city of Calamba, Laguna, a general hospital to be known as the Calamba City General Hospital, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
464, by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House number 10445, increasing the bed capacity of the Tomas La Chica District Hospital in Jose Abad Santos, Davao Occidental, from 25 to 50 beds and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
465, by the Committees on Health and Finance on Senate number 2928, with Senators Angara, Go, Estrada, and Cayetano P as authors, increasing the bed capacity of the Philippine General Hospital from 1,334 to 2,200 beds and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 1001, 2539, 2634, and 2881, taking into consideration House number 10147. Sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders committee report number 465 on Senate Bill number 2928. This is the bill increasing the bed capacity of the Philippine General Hospital. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2928 under committee report number 465.
An objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2928 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice, inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
Anak increasing the bed capacity of the Philippine General Hospital from 1,334 to 2,200 beds and appropriating funds therefore.
To sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Christopher Lawrence Go, Chairperson of the Committee on Health and Democracy, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Christopher Bongo is hereby recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. President, as Chairperson of the Committee on Health and Demography, it is an honor to sponsor Senate Bill 2928 under Committee Report 465, which increases the bed capacity of the Philippine General Hospital from 1,334 beds to 2,200 beds. Mr. President, in 1907, the Philippine Commission passed Act number 1968 for the construction of the Philippine General Hospital, or known as PGH. The PGH opened its doors to the public on September 1, 1910 to provide health and medical services to all Filipinos. Today, PGH is considered the biggest modern government tertiary hospital in the Philippines, servicing more than 700,000 patients annually. It remains to be a national referral center for tertiary care, providing direct and quality patient services to thousands of indigent Filipinos all over the country. Yung mga espesyalista natin ay dyan rin po nagpa-practice at yung iba po ay nakakatulong talaga, lalong-lalo na po sa mga kababayan nating mahihirap. Due to its extensive range of services, numerous Filipinos are frequently availing the services of the PGH, mostly serving indigent patients. As a result, PGH faces ongoing challenges in delivering the necessary medical services and care to each patient due to its limited facility and capacity. For instance, the Department of Health in 2023 October pointed out that PGH frequently exceeds its operational capacity, often exceeding 200% of its daily limit. Ako po mismo, nakikita ko yan. Minsan po isang kama, 2 pasyente. Paano gagaling yung pasyente niyan kung magkakatabi-tabi sila dyan? At lalong-lalo na po nung panahon ng pandemya na bawal po magdikit-dikit. Likewise, in June 2022, PGH reported that its emergency room capacity has already reached up to 200% due to its due to patients with non-COVID-19 related issues such as pneumonia, diabetes, and heart, lung, and kidney diseases. Napakalaki po ng ginagampanan ng PGH sa ating healthcare system bilang isang national hospital. Kaya patuloy ang suporta natin sa PGH. Meron din pong malasakit center mismo sa PGH. Isa po ito sa unang nagkaroon rin po ng malasakit center. In fact, Mr. President, isa ang PGH na talagang sinusuportahan ng Office of the President noon sa panahon ni dating Pangulong Duterte para sa mga kababayan natin na nangangailangan po ng medical assistance, lalong-lalo na sa mga indigent patients. In 2021, when a fire broke out in the PGH, we were ready to assist to help PGH restore its normal operations. Then President Duterte ordered the Department of Public Works and Highways to immediately repair the damaged portion of the hospital. When a fire erupted in the PGH medicine ward in March 2024, we also assisted the patients and personnel affected. In July of last year, binaha rin po ito, I personally visited the Cancer Institute of the Philippine General Hospital to support impoverished patients and medical frontliners impacted by the ravaging of a typhoon. I would also like to report that we have also supported the establishment of a halfway house for PGH patients. Ito po yung para sa mga, this initiative aims to improve the experience of patient watchers by providing them a safe and comfortable space where they can rest. Yung mga watchers po, napapansin ko, nasa bangketa po, nasa sidewalk, nag-aantay habang tinatawag yung pangalan ng kanilang mga pasyente. Kailangan naman bigyan natin sila ng maayos at disenteng lugar ang mga watchers na nagsasakripisyo po sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay. Na hindi na sila kailangan magtiis sa ospital, sa bangketa o sa sahig habang nag-aantay po sa kanilang mga pasyente. Dapat po mabigyan sila ng komportableng pagpahingahan. Ito po yung tinatawag na halfway house for PGH watchers. Patuloy po nating sinusuportahan ang PGH. This proposed measure, Mr. President, aims to further support the operations of the PGH by increasing its bed capacity to 2,200. It is our hope that this would help in extending their services and in catering more Filipinos who seek medical care. With that, Mr. President, we earnestly seek the support of our colleagues for the passage of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Bongo, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2928.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 455 on House Bill number 10081. Committee Report number 456 on House Bill number 10083. Committee Report number 457 on House Bill number 10258. Committee Report number 458 on House Bill number 10472. Committee Report number 459 on House Bill number 10146. Committee Report number 460 on House Bill number 10241. Committee Report number 461 on House Bill number 10306. Committee Report number 462 on House Bill number 10418. Committee Report number 463 on House Bill number 10444. And Committee Report number 464 on House Bill number 10445. These are the bills of various hospitals funded by the Department of Health and local government units. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move that we consider the aforementioned House bill. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The Secretary is directed to read only the title of the bills without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof. Please proceed.
House number 181, increasing the bed capacity of the Region 1 Medical Center, Dagupan City, Pangasinan. 183, Amang Rodriguez Memorial Medical Center, Marikina. 102-58, Amay Pakpak Medical Center, Marawi, Lanao del Sur. 10472, Southern Tagalog Regional Hospital, Bacoor, Cavite. 10146, Laguna Provincial Hospital, San Pedro District Hospital. 10241, Ramon Magsaysay District Hospital, Zamboanga del Sur. 10306, Santo Tomas Municipal Hospital, Davao del Norte. 10418, Wao District Hospital, Lanao del Sur. 10444, Calamba City General Hospital, Laguna. 10445, Tomas La Chica District Hospital, Jose Abad Santos, Davao Occidental.
I move to recognize Senator Christopher Lawrence God, Chairperson of the Committee on Health and Demography, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized to deliver his omnibus sponsorship speech.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I have the honor to sponsor today local hospital bills which are aimed towards the improvement and development of our healthcare system. Mr. President, lagi ko pong sinasabi, now is the time to invest more in health, lalo na po sa ating mga probinsya na talagang kulang na kulang po ang mga health facilities. Sa pag-iikot ko po sa buong parte ng bansa, nakita ko mismo ang kakulangan ng ating mga health facilities at equipment. Kulang talaga yung mga kama, kulang yung pasilidad. Paano gagaling yung mga pasyente kung kulang-kulang po ang mga kama o pasilidad ng ospital? Minsan, nasa corridor na lang po yung mga ibang pasyente. Nagsishare sila sa isang kama, 2 pasyente. Considering this, Mr. President, we aim to further capacitate our government hospitals, especially in the provinces. Improving health capacity and delivery in the provinces would help enhance the health and overall well-being of all Filipinos. Today, I wish to seek your support, dear colleagues, for the following bills increasing the bed capacity of some DOH hospitals. First, House Bill 10081 increases the bed capacity of Region 1 Medical Center from 600 to 1,500 beds. The gap for Level 3 hospital beds in Region 1 is 2,385 beds by 2025. The upgrading of this medical center will aid in closing the gap for Level 3 hospital beds in the said region. Pangalawa po, House Bill number 10083 increases the bed capacity of the Amang Rodriguez Memorial Medical Center from 500 to 1,000 beds. As an APEC hospital, the ARMMC does not only serve the National Capital Region, but also the healthcare provider networks of other regions. Hence, the upgrading is warranted. Pangatlo po, House Bill 10258 increases the bed capacity of the Amay Pakpak Medical Center from 400 to 800 beds. The gap for Level 3 hospitals beds in BARM is 2,150 beds by 2025. The upgrading of Amay Pakpak will aid in closing the gap for Level 3 hospital beds in the region. Pang-apat po, House Bill 10472 increases the bed capacity of the Southern Tagalog Regional Hospital from 100 to 300 beds. The gap for Level 3 hospital beds in Calabarzon is 10,337 beds by 2025. The upgrading of the hospital is definitely needed in the region. Sa madaling salita, kulang na kulang po ang kama sa mga hospital na ito. Likewise, I seek this chamber support for the bills upgrading LGU hospitals. Una, House Bill 10146 increases the bed capacity of San Pedro District Hospital in Laguna from 15 to 50 beds. The gap for Level 1 hospital beds in the province of Laguna is 5,111 beds by 2025 as provided in the Philippine Health Facility Development Plan. The proposed increase in bed capacity will help in closing the gap for hospital beds. Pangalawa, House Bill 10418 increases the bed capacity of the WAO District Hospital in WAO, Lanao del Sur from 25 to 100 beds. The gap for Level 1 hospital beds in province of Lanao del Sur is 1,683 beds by 2025. The proposed increase in bed capacity will help in closing the gap for hospital beds in the area. Pang-apat po, House Bill 10445 increases the bed capacity of the Tomas La Chica District Hospital in Jose Abad Santos, Davao Occidental from 25 to 50 beds. The gap for Level 1 hospital beds in province of Davao Occidental is 537 beds. The proposed increase in bed capacity will help strengthen its healthcare provider network and aid in service delivery to a wider population. Napakalayo po itong Davao Occidental from the regional hospital or sa sentro po ng Davao region. To further address the lack of available public health facilities, we are endorsing the establishment of the following LGU hospitals. First, House Bill 10241 establishes the Ramon Magsaysay District Hospital in Ramon Magsaysay, Zamboanga del Sur. The gap for Level 1 hospital beds in province of Zamboanga del Sur is 579 beds by 2025. The proposed establishment will help in closing the gap for hospital beds in the province. Second, House Bill 10306 establishes the Santo Tomas Municipal Hospital in Santo Tomas, Davao del Norte. The gap for Level 1 hospital beds in province of Davao del Norte is 1,655 beds. The proposed establishment will help in improving medical access in the province. Third, House Bill 10444 establishes the Calamba City General Hospital in Calamba, Laguna. The gap for Level 1 hospital beds in province of Laguna is 5,111 beds by 2025 as provided in the Philippine Health Facility Development Plan. The proposed establishment will help in closing the gap for hospital beds. Mr. President, it is our duty as legislators to enact measures that would help address the lack of appropriate facilities and equipment in our government hospitals. Muli, sa madaling salita, the more we should invest sa ating healthcare system dahil kulang na kulang talaga ang ating mga pasilidad. Sa pamamagitan ng mga panukalang ito, mas maraming Pilipino ang magkakaroon ng mas maayos na access sa serbisyong medikal. Napakalaga na mapalapit sa tao ang serbisyo ng gobyerno, lalo na pagdating sa kalusugan dahil ang kalusugan po ay katumbas ng buhay ng bawat Pilipino. It is for these reasons that I am seeking this chamber's support for the immediate passage of these measures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Go. Majority Floor Leader.
I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2814 and Under Committee Report number 316. This is the bill on the free legal assistance for the military and uniformed personnel act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Having closed the period of interpellation, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Jingo Ercito Estrada, to propose individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, our Senate President Pro Tem Jingo Estrada is recognized to propound individual amendments. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, following the period of interpellation of our distinguished minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, and incorporating the inputs of our dear colleague, former Chief of the Philippine National Police, Senator Bato de la Rosa, we are pleased to introduce the following individual amendments for consideration and approval of this chamber. On page 2, lines 3 to 7, delete the comma after the acronym MUP and the clause including officers and uniformed personnel of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, AFP, the Bureau of Fire Protection, BFP, the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, BJMP, the Philippine Coast Guard, PCG, the Bureau of Corrections, Bucor, the Philippine National Police, PNP, and the Hydrography Branch of the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, NAMRIA, comma. The paragraph will now read as follows. To this end, the state shall provide free legal assistance to military and uniformed personnel in all stages of criminal, civil, or administrative proceedings arising from service-related incidents. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, lines 10 to 11, we propose to spell out the full names of each agency. Section 3, subsection A, will now read as follows. A, military and uniformed personnel, MUP, refers to officers, enlisted and uniformed personnel of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, AFP, Bureau of Fire Protection, BFP, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, BJMP, Philippine Coast Guard, PCG, Bureau of Corrections, Bucor, Philippine National Police, PNP, and the Hydrography Branch of the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, NAMRIA. And I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, proposed amendment is approved.
Still on the same page, line 14, after the acronym MUP, insert the phrase for incidents. So section 3, subsection B will now read as follows. Letter B, service-related cases refers to civil, criminal, and administrative cases filed against the MUP for incidents related to or in connection with the discharge of their official functions or the performance of their duties. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, proposed amendment is approved.
Number 4 on page 2, this is the amendment of Senator Bato de la Rosa. On page 2, line 19, after the word retired, insert the phrase and honorably discharged and separated. So lines 19 to 20 will now read as follows. Retired and honorably discharged and separated MUP shall be eligible to free legal assistance for service-related cases committed while still in active duty. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
Still on the same page, lines 21.
What page is that, Your Honor?
Page 2, Mr. President. Lines 21 to 28. Replace the entire paragraph with Section 5, procedure and coverage. Within 24 hours from the official receipt of the charge against the MUP, the Chief of Staff of the AFP, the Chief of the BFP, the Chief of the BJMP, the Commandant of the PCG, Director General of Bucor, the Chief of the PNP, and Administrator of the NAMRIA, through the head of the legal office, shall direct the respective legal officers to provide legal assistance free legal assistance to qualified MUP as provided in this act, provided that their agency shall establish guidelines and procedure in applying for free legal assistance and determining service-related cases to be approved by the head of the MUP agency. Provided further that in cases of conflict of interest, upon recommendation of the legal office, the heads of MUP agencies shall refer the service-related cases to the Public Attorney's Office, provided furthermore that in case the PAO or PAO cannot handle the referred case, the MUP may engage the services of a private lawyer chargeable against the Legal Defense Fund. All cases subject of free legal assistance shall be presumed to be service-related. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? What is the pleasure of the minority floor leader?
I think there are many concepts in the proposed amendment, Mr. President, which need to be discussed, Mr. President. The presumption that from the start it will be service-related. There is a fund that they can charge even in cases of conflict of interest. That's what I get. That's the, yes, that expenses, legal expenses, they can, even in cases of conflict of interest, Mr. President. Dapat in cases of conflict of interest,
Private counsel.
you're not entitled to the legal assistance being envisioned in this act, Mr. President.
So, except in case of conflicts of interest.
If it's quite a long amendment, but if it can be flashed, we can work on it, Mr. President. But
Can you flash, may I ask the sponsor if the proposed amendment can be flashed on the screen? Can that be done?
Okay. Pwede. Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Can it be flashed? Pwede mo flash the screen? Inaayos pa. Pwede na ba? I think they're still fixing it, Mr. President.
While we are awaiting Senator Jinggoy, we will insert a brief amendment, the brief amendments of Senator Villanueva on another bill. While we are waiting for the technical crew to flash the provision on the screen. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2814.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10926 under Committee Report number 427. This is the bill on the renewal of the Meralco franchise. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Senator Villanueva is recognized to propound individual amendments as we are in the period of amendments. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader Senator J.V. Ejercito. Mr. President, this is based on a clean copy as of 21 of January 2025. And so may I begin by stating, Mr. President, that these amendments came from our dear colleagues here in the Senate. On page 1, line 12, after the word Dasmariñas and the comma, insert the words General Trias and a comma. Thereafter, on the same page, line 14, delete the word General Trias and the comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none. Amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Still on page 1, line 16, replace the word Rodriguez with the word Montalban. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
On page 2, line 12, line 15, after the word energy, insert the acronym DOE in open and closed parentheses. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
Mr. President, thank you. On page 3, lines between lines 17 and 18, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. The grantee shall perform such acts as may be reasonably necessary or desirable to promote and avoid acts that may frustrate or hinder laws, regulations, and policies of the government with respect to the development, utilization, and prioritization of indigenous natural energy sources, Republic Act number 9513, otherwise known as the Renewable Energy Act of 2008, and Republic Act Number 9136 or the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001 as amended. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Amendment is approved.
On page 3, lines 20 and 21, after the word amended, delete the comma and the phrase otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Still on page 3, line 21, before the article the, insert a sentence to read as follows. It shall observe good faith and reasonableness in implementing any contractual right in its power supply agreements to reduce contract capacity and associated energy by reason of the enforcement of retail competition and open access, Republic Act Number 9513, and other applicable laws. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, still on page 3, line 23, after the period, insert a new sentence to read as follows. The grantee shall follow the regulations of the DOE with respect to its procurement of power supply for its captive market. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On page 3, between lines 23 and 24, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. The grantee shall faithfully observe the provisions of Republic Act Number 9136 as amended with respect to, among others, cross-ownership, market power abuse, and anti-competitive behavior. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Last but not the least, for today's individual amendment on page 3, line 38, replace the word will with the word shall. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is all, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader.
May we inquire from Senator Gatchalian if you'd rather have a clean copy first so that you will be proposing amendments as well as the Minority Leader and Deputy Minority Leader from the clean copy?
Yes, Mr. President, I was conferring with the good sponsor that our respective staffs are working together to come up with a language that is appropriate to the bill, Mr. President.
Yes, and so that we will be talking literally and figuratively on the same page.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we thank the gentleman from Valenzuela and our minority and other members of this August Chamber who would propose individual amendments. Thank you, Mr.
May the
President.
Chair remind the members that we will be scheduling once again this measure on Monday, and we will go page by page for the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority
President.
Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 10926.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2814 under Committee Report number 316. This is the bill on the free legal assistance for military and uniformed personnel. So moved, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
I withdraw my previous motion. Instead, I move to proceed to the reference of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary is directed to comply.
Second additional reference of business, Senate Bill number 2929, an act granting universal social pension to senior citizens, amending for the purpose RA number 7432 as amended, entitled an act to maximize the contribution of senior citizens to nation building, grant benefits and special privileges and for other purposes by Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare, Rural Development, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 2930, an act to provide an artificial intelligence training program for the government workforce, providing funds therefore and for other purposes by Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Science and Technology, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, Professional Regulation, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 2931, an act regulating the ownership and operations of drones by private persons, prescribing mechanisms for registration, providing penalties for violations thereof, and for other purposes by Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Public Services and Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
2932, an act consolidating all performance measurement tools and reward system for all local government units by institutionalizing a culture of meritocracy in the Philippines, amending certain provisions of RA number 11292, otherwise known as the Seal of Good Local Governance Act of 2019, and for other purposes by Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Local Government and Finance.
2933, an act providing for the urban and countryside greening in the Philippines by Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, Climate Change, Local Government, and Finance.
2934, an act establishing a safety internet education program in the curriculum of all elementary and secondary schools by Senator Estrada.
To the Committee on Basic Education.
2935, an act creating an advanced studies development program for exceptional employees from the government and the private sector and for other purposes by Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, and Finance.
2936, an act promoting menstrual health and hygiene by providing free menstrual products to indigent women and to girls enrolled in public schools nationwide and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Estrada.
To the Committee on Health, Demography, Basic Education, and Finance.
2937, an act providing for the revised charter of the Overseas Filipino Bank, providing funds therefore and for other purposes by Senator Padilla.
To the Committees on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies, Migrant Workers, and Finance.
2938, an act strengthening the early childhood care and development system, amending for the purpose pertinent sections of RA 10410, otherwise known as the Early Years Act of 2013, and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Padilla.
To the Committee on Rules.
2939, an act providing for the integration of Bangsamoro history, culture, and identity in the study of Philippine history in basic education by Senator Padilla.
The Committees on Basic Education and Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs.
2940, an act amending Articles 29, 97, 99, 171, and 174 and creating a new Article 99A under Act Number 3815 as amended, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code by Senator Estrada.
The Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
2941, an act providing for the creation of a family commission by Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, and Finance.
Committee report number 466, prepared and submitted by the Committee on Local Government on Senate Bill number 2942 with Senators Escudero and Ejercito as authors thereof. An act resetting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, amending for the purpose Article 16, Section 13 of Republic Act Number 11054, otherwise known as the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao as amended, recommending its approval and substitution of Senate Bill number 2862, taking into consideration House Bill number 11144 by Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 890. This is the bill on rightsizing the National Government Act of 2020. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Session is suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the bill is that we have approved the amendment by substitution on January 2025 without prejudice to the members asking questions on the measure. With that, I recognize the sponsor, Senate President Francis Chis Escudero, and to interpret is Senator Risa Ontiveros. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader is carried, and we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, our ultra hard-working Senate President, Chis Escudero, and to propound her questions, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. It will be a distinct honor to answer interpellation, questions, and interjections and suggestions from our distinguished Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Hindi po madali ang pag-aayos ng burokrasya sa gobyerno. Marami na rin sa mga nakalipas na mga administrasyon ay nagpanukala ng rationalization pero hindi po ang mga ito natutuloy. Pero ang patuloy na lumalaki ay ang bilang ng mga civil servants and number of permanent positions. At ganon din ang job orders and contracts of service ng mga manggagawa sa gobyerno. Siguro dahil sa lumalaking populasyon ng bansa kasabay ng mga programa ng pamahalaan, importante na mayroong pag-aaral na ginawa o ginagawa bago ito maging isang batas at ma-implement. Kaya una po, gusto ko pong malaman kung mayroon po bang naisagawang pag-aaral ang DBM o CSC at iba pang concerned agency para sa panukalang right-sizing, Mr. President.
Wala pong partikular na pag-aaral para sa partikular na mga opisina, pero sa pangkalahatan, ang isinagawa pong pag-aaral ng DBM ay ang tinatawag natin cost-benefit analysis lamang. Pero hindi ito tumutukoy doon sa pag-aaral na kung mapapansin ninyo sa panukalang batas, ay siyang nire-require namin bago may opisinang galawin. Dahil nga, wala kaming nakitang ganyang pag-aaral nung kami nagsagawa ng pagdinig. Kaya minabuti po naming i-require yan o gawing requirement bago magawa ang right-sizing o optimization sa anumang ahensya ng pamahalaan.
Maraming salamat para sa ganoong reassurance, good sponsor, Mr. President. Maalarma sana siguro yung mga public sector unions kung ang simula nung sagot ay yun lamang yung sagot na wala pa para sa mga partikular na opisina. Pero mas nakaka-reassure na at least may nasimulang pangkalahatang pag-aaral bagamat ito po'y tungkol pa lamang sa cost-benefit analysis na actually meron din pong akong kaugnay na tanong dyan mamaya ng konti. At ang higit sigurong makapagbibigay ng reassurance ay yung nire-require po ng panukala kung mayroong alinmang opisina na ire-rekomendang isa-ilalim sa right-sizing. I think it's important, good sponsor, Mr. President, na nagsimula itong interpellation dun sa tanong at reassurance tungkol sa pag-aaral muna bago sa
We
anumang
confirm that, Mr.
right-sizing.
President. In fact, to clarify, Mr. President, this proposed bill does not seek to optimize or right-size, I'd rather use the word optimize, any specific government agency. What this bill does, Mr. President, Your Honor, is to outline the requirements before the President can do so, and to establish the guidelines and the direction and the policy and the declaration of policy as to what should be the aim and purpose. And that is not simply to downsize, but to be able to create needed and necessary positions that we need, given the changing times and given the changing demands of the times, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Muli, good sponsor, maraming salamat para sa ganong mga tugon at saka inputs. Dahil nga, isa sa at least dalawang pangunahing concern ng mga public sector unions dito, kasama na po yung nabibilang na member organizations sa sentro na labor center, ay precisely na mayroong munang pag-aaral bago ang anumang right-sizing o optimizing. It's also further reassuring na ang bago pa ang actual na optimizing o right-sizing, ang layunin ng panukala ay precisely i-outline yung requirements bago pa man maisagawa iyang right-sizing or optimizing ng Presidente. At meron din po akong actually, good sponsor, kaugnay na tanong dyan mamaya tungkol sa kapangyarihan ng Presidente sa buong prosesong ito. It's also good to know na pangunahing layunin ng panukala bago pa man ang anumang right-sizing o optimizing to outline the aims and purposes of such a process and not just to reduce the number of positions but in fact also to create new positions that may be needed in this present time. So batay po doon sa unang tugon ng good sponsor tungkol sa lawak at saka layunin ng mga pag-aaral na ire-require. So at the outset, bakit po kailangan ng right-sizing o optimizing? Ano po yung mga kasalukuyang sitwasyon at mga problema ng ating burokrasya na gustong tugunan at ma-address ng panukalang batas na ito, Mr. President?
Pangunahin na, halimbawa, Ginoong Pangulo ay nabanggit ng ating kagalang-galang na Senator Risa Ontiveros. Bakit ba lumolobo ang job order habang hindi naman natutugunan yung mga pangunahing pangailangan ng ating mga kababayan base sa serbisyo na hinihiling at kinakailangan ng panahon? To cite some examples, Mr. President, Your Honor. In 1998, when I entered government, the total PS budget of government was at 205 billion. PS budget because JOW or job order workers are chargeable against the MOE funds of the government. So ito lang yung permanent items. By 2022, yung ating 205 billion na PS budget, umakyat at lumobo na po sa 1.397 trillion. Ang tanong ko, nararamdaman ba ng ating mga kababayan yan? May sapat ba tayong teacher? May sapat ba tayong guro? May sapat ba tayong mga miyembro ng sandatahang lakas? May sapat ba tayong doktor at nurse? So, bahagi po ng optimization ay tugunan ng pangailangan ng panahon. Kumuha tayo at mag-reserve tayo ng angkop na pananalapi para makakuha ng dagdag na teacher, police, doktor, nurse, miyembro ng sandatahang lakas, imbis na kung ano-anong pwesto na hindi naman kinakailangan. Yan ang rason ng Ginoong Pangulo kung bakit minabuti naming bigyan ng malawak at mahalagang papel ang ARTA o ang Anti-Red Tape Authority upang sa gayon ay maging bahagi ito sa pagbabalangkas ng plano kung ano nga ba ang kinakailangan ng ating mga kababayang serbisyo mula sa iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan.
Salamat po, good sponsor. At yung isa sa mga huling binanggit ninyo, yung ARTA, kung tama po yung naalala ko sa bill, ay isa po sila sa pangunahing mga ahensyang bahagi ng opisina.
Tama po yun, Ginoong Pangulo.
Yes, Mr. President, good sponsor. So, dun sa isa pang sinabi ng good sponsor, Mr. President, mukhang lumalabas na itong right-sizing or optimizing bill, kapag naging batas, kasama ng lahat ng mga requirements, layunin at saka purposes, it sounds like magsisilbing isang gabay pati sa annual na budget-making process ng Kongreso, good sponsor.
Tama po yun, Ginoong Pangulo. Upang sa gayon ay maging akma yung ating ginagawa mga pagbabago, optimization sa taunang budget dahil malaking bahagi ng budget, tulad ng nabanggit ko, mahigit 1 trillion po ang nakalaan para sa personal expenditures ng pamahalaan, hindi pa kabilang ang mga contractual job order workers na nakacharge po sa MOE at mahirap na pong i-unbundle mula sa taunang budget.
Ayun po, good sponsor, naalala ko na yung pangalan ng body kung saan magiging bahagi ang ARTA, yung COEB.
Yes, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. So, dun po sa pag-aaral na nabanggit nyo na pangkalahatan at nagsimula dun sa cost-benefit analysis, malalaman ba ang, batay sa pag-aaral na iyon, malalaman ba ang listahan ng government agencies na mayroong mga redundant positions, mga posisyon o trabaho na hindi na kailangan, mga ahensya o opisina na kailangan ng i-abolish o i-merge at streamline, at pati na yung binanggit ng good sponsor kanina, malaman kung aling mga opisina ay may mga bagong posisyon na kailangang alikhain. Kung mayroon, maaari ba kaming makahingi ng ilang sample o summary ng case study para makumbinse na talagang pinag-aralang mabuti at kinakailangan ng panukalang ito, Mr.
Ilang
President.
minuto pa lamang po ang nakalilipas, mainit-init pa, nabigyan na po ang inyong tanggapan ng kopya. Pero bilang summary, ang pag-aaral ay sumasaklaw lamang sa ilang ahensya at hindi po sa lahat ng ahensya pa ng pamahalaan. At ito ang mga sumusunod: Agriculture, Agrarian Reform, Education, Environment, Interior, Labor, NEDA, Trade, Transportation, and Tourism. Doon pa lamang po yung pag-aaral at binigyan na po namin kayo ng kalakip na kopya ilang minuto pa lang ayon sa kanilang nakalilipas.
Maraming salamat para doon, good sponsor. Kahit iilan pa lamang, gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor, napakahahalagang mga ahensya at maigi siguro na yung pag-aaral ay nagsimula dito sa mga kagawarang ito o mga authorities na ito. At meron din bang mga ahensya kahit sa panimulang pag-aaral na planong o posibleng maging rekomendasyon ay gawing pribado, good sponsor?
Parte po yun ng pag-aaral na ginawa, pero wala pa pong penal na desisyon kaugnay nun. Nais ko lang po idagdag, Ginoong Pangulo, itong pag-aaral na ito, bagaman nandyan na yan para sa mga ahensyang binanggit ko, hindi po ito ang pag-aaral na nire-require namin sa ilalim ng panukalang batas. Isang mas malalim at masusing pag-aaral, organizational review and study at optimization plan na tinitingnan po hindi lamang yung posisyon pero yung function ng kada opisina at empleyado. So itong pag-aaral na ito, preliminary lamang po ito at hindi pwedeng sabihin o gamitin na compliance, higa nga, ng hinihiling at intensyong mga study na binabanggit po namin dito sa panukalang batas.
So ibig sabihin po, Mr. President, dadaan pa talaga sa isang masinop na organizational development process. Yun po ang iniuutos ng panukalang ito. At bahagi ng maaaring iutos ng organizational development recommendations bunga ng panukalang ito ay mga partikular na organizational development plans ng bawat relevant na ahensya.
At tiniyak po namin na yung optimization plan, yung subcommittee na magtatalakay nito, tiniyak po namin na bahagi yung union o yung collective negotiation agent nung partikular na opisina na subject matter o tinutukoy nung optimization plan. Wala po ito dun sa naunang bersyon na i-final. Ito ay isa sa mga rason kung bakit nag-substitute bill po kami.
Maraming salamat para doon, good sponsor. Dahil kung kanina, Mr. President, tinukoy ng good sponsor yung isa sa mahalagang concern ng mga public sector unions na pag-aaral and therefore evidence-based, magiging evidence-based ang anumang right-sizing or optimization. Ito ay pangalawa sa pangunahing concern nila na magkaroon sila ng partisipasyon sa buong proseso. At mabuting marinig po, hindi lamang natin dito sa ating kapulungan, kundi ng mga public sector unions na sumusubaybay dito, na bahagi na po ito talaga ng panukala. Salamat para doon, good sponsor. Now, how about the National Human Resources Development Plan? Ilan po at ano-anong klaseng mga civil servants ang kailangan ng burokrasya ngayon? At ano yung mga projected needs para ma-professionalize at ma-modernize yung burokrasya? At sa tingin ko po, Mr. President, good sponsor, ito ring pagtukoy sa pamamagitan ng National Human Resources Development Plan ay tutulong para tugunan ng anumang red tape pa at korupsyon sa burokrasya.
Ayon po sa DBM, wala daw po, magiging makatotohanan po ako, paumanhin, wala daw pong National Human Resources Development Plan dahil lang meron po sila a Human Resources Development Plan para sa kada ahensya. At sa pangkalahatan po ay wala daw po. Pero marahil baka pwedeng i-1+1 na lang nila pag natapos Pag natapos nila lahat ng ahensya, edi pagbuklod-buklod din nila at pagsama-samahin nila. Pero wala po daw ganong uri ng dokumento o pwede nilang sabihing pag-aaral sa nasyonal na level na sumasaklaw sa bawat ahensya ng pamahalaan.
Kung gayon, Mr. President, good sponsor, naiisip ko tuloy na kung kanina na pag-usapan natin na itong magiging right-sizing o optimizing law ay magsisilbi ring gabay sa taunang budget-making process ng Kongreso, kung ang meron pa lang sa ngayon ng Department of Budget and Management ay Human Resources Development Plan sa bawat ahensya, baka nga itong magiging batas ay tulong din para magkaroon ng mas pangmalawakan at integrated na pagtingin sa buong burokrasya na hindi lamang simpleng 1+1 pero baka mag-serve siya ng purpose na maging 1+1 = 3. Good sponsor.
Tama po kayo, posible po yun. Pero ang marahil, ang isang dahilan kung bakit nga po hindi natutuloy-tuloy yung mga naunang plano, balakin o layunin na ito'y magawa ay dahil parati po nilang sinusubukan gawin ito sa pangkalahatan o lahatan na. At marahil yung approach po natin ngayon, yung ating layunin ngayon, na gawing one agency at a time, hindi naman kailangan lahat, agad at sabay-sabay, marahil mas magandang estratehiya yon. Hindi lamang para masimulan, pero kahit papano, hindi man magawa sa lahat, ay magawa natin sa mas nakararami o ilan man lamang dahil tulong pa rin yun.
Kung sa bagay po, Mr. President, at na-appreciate ko yung ini-inject ng good sponsor na element ng complementarity, humility pa, na minsan dito sa Kongreso, lalo na sa Senado, dahil pangbansa yung pananaw natin, mas na wiwili tayo o na-attract sa large scale na mga pagtitingin. So na-appreciate ko po, Mr. President, yung sinabi ng good sponsor na note of appreciation dun sa agency by agency na approach pa rin ng DBM dahil pala leksyon sa mga naunang sinubukang right-sizing processes na pangkalahatan kaagad. At ang sabi ng good sponsor, leksyon na yan pala ay hindi nakatulong na approach or naging dahilan na hindi natuloy ng maayos yung proseso.
Hindi po, Ginoong Pangulo, ayon sa kanilang karanasan at kasaysayan ng mga layunin kaugnay sa bagay na ito.
Salamat po, Mr. President. So, ngayon, there are 203,000, more or less, unfilled plantilla positions in different agencies and across the bureaucracy, while we have 939,771 job orders and contracts of service who are in precarious work conditions. So, paano po binabalak nitong panukala tugunan itong pervasive contractualization sa public sector, good sponsor?
Ginoong Pangulo, ang maraming unfilled positions ay isa sa pinakamaliwanag na ebidensya na kailangan nang i-optimize ang ahensyang yun ng pamahalaan. Dahil klaro at maliwanag na yung mga posisyon na available ay hindi angkop, kinakailangan o mahalaga para sa kanila, para tugunan at gampanan nila yung kanilang tungkulin. At yung mga kailangan nilang pwesto, posisyon, talento o skill ay matatagpuan sa ibang mga uri ng posisyon kung kaya't ito'y pinupunuan pansamantala ng mga job order or contractual workers. Babanggitin ko na rin po, may ibang mga ahensya na sadyang hindi pinupunuan po yan para maging savings ng ahensya at nang mailipat nila sa mga ibang items sa kanilang budget. Pero ang binanggit ko po yung applicable lamang sa mga may fiscal autonomy na ahensya tulad ng judiciary, tulad ng constitutional commissions. Isa po yan sa nakita naming rason kung bakit hindi napupunuan ng ilang posisyon para ma-realign po nila sa ibang mga items sa budget nila which under the Constitution they're empowered to do.
At Mr. President, yung binanggit ng good sponsor na mga ahensya o hindi lang ahensya, mga sangay at ahensya na may fiscal autonomy ay nakita ko nga po dun sa isang provision hinahanay dun sa mga bodies na kung tama po yung alaala ko ay maaring ma-exempt sa
Exempted po
right-sizing
dahil
or
sa
optimization?
nature ng kanilang magiging constitutional commission ay hindi po pwedeng panghimasukan ng Chief Executive o ng Pangulo.
Salamat, good sponsor. Kanina dun sa sagot, Mr. President, ng good sponsor sa tanong na ito, nun ko lang mas naintindihan bakit optimization yung terminong ginamit. Sa halip na yung mga lahat ng mga naunang bills at pati yung mga naunang proseso sa mga nakaraang administrasyon ay paulit-ulit ang ginagamit ay right-sizing. Nung una pa nga po, downsizing. Ginawang right-sizing. So akala ko po nung una, nung ginagamit na yung terminong optimization, yan lamang ay isa na namang paraan para medyo palubagin yung kalooban ng mga public sector employees na nangangamba na sila ay malilay off. And again, na-appreciate ko na ma-put on the record yung ganitong mga concerns ng public sector unions. Pero nakita ko sa kaninang sagot ng good sponsor na kaya rin ginagamit yung terminong optimization ay ang ino-optimize pala ay yung bawat ahensya din at yung paglikha at pagpuno ng mga posisyon sa loob niya na di umano i-optimize talaga yung pagtupad niya ng kanyang misyon. Good sponsor.
Ulitin ko po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang pinakamaliwanag na ebidensya para sa akin na bawat empleyado ay mahalaga sa ginagawang trabaho ng ahensya ng pamahalaan ay kung walang unfilled position. Ibig sabihin nun, hindi kayang gampanan ng ahensya yung tungkulin nang hindi pinupunuan ang kada pwesto dun sa ahensyang yon. Dahil kulang nga at hindi kayang gawin yung trabaho na hinihingi at hinahanap sa kanya ng ating mga kababayan.
Salamat, good sponsor. So habang dumadaloy itong interpellation natin, Mr. President, mas napapaisip ako at yung legislative team ko kung paano pwedeng pagsabayin talaga yung mga layunin ng lahat, of course, ng stakeholders, pero lalo na yung dalawang pangunahin, yung gobyerno at yung ating mga public sector employees. So, Mr. President, good sponsor, in the course of the proposed rationalization, optimization plan, ilan pong mga civil servants ang maapektuahan? At paano po ito umuugnay dun sa projected savings na binanggit po ng DBM? At ito po inuugnay ko rin dun sa cost-benefit analysis na tanong na tinalakay namin ng good sponsor kanina, Mr. President.
Sa pangkalahatan po, dahil sa magbabago po yung numerong yun, dahil sa pangkalahatan po, inistriktuhan po namin. Ulitin ko, balangkas lamang ito, outline kung gustong gawin ng pamahalaan. Ito ang mga alituntunin na dapat nilang sundan at sundin. So, hindi po mag-a-apply yung kanilang mga assumptions kung gagawin ito sa bawat sangay na covered ng kanilang study. Sa pananaw at paningin ko nga po, mas konting ahensya ang pwedeng paggamitan pero at least masisimulan ito. Lalo na, Ginoong Pangulo, naglagay tayo ng tinatawag nating sunset clause. Hindi ito habang buhay, pang matagalan na para kang may patalim na hawak sa ibabaw ng leeg ng sinumang manggagawa sa pamahalaan. Tatagal lamang ito ng 5 taon. Ika nga, finish or not finish, pass your paper ito. So, hindi ko nakikita na ito'y magagampanan ng pamahalaan kung hindi talaga sila magsisigasig yung kanilang tinatarget na savings sa cost-benefit analysis po nila. Dahil ulitin ko, ito po'y hindi blank check, ika nga. Ito po'y naglalayo ng proseso kung talagang gustong gawin ito ng pamahalaan.
Salamat, good sponsor. So, dun sa binanggit ng good sponsor, Mr. President, na malamang sa hindi mas kaunting ahensya. So, yung projected savings po ay kaugnay ng isang bilang ng mga ahensya at hindi isang bilang ng mga civil servants natin,
Tama po yun.
sponsor?
Tama po yun. Dahil sa totoo lang po, ang tinitingnan nila ay savings lamang pagdating sa gastusin ng pamahalaan o tao ng budget. Pero kung susuriin po natin sa ibang banda, mas nakapagbigay tayo ng angkop at nasa panahong serbisyo. Paano po natin bibigyan ng monetary value yun? Hindi naman po savings yun o kinita. Pero binigay ng gobyerno, hinihiling na serbisyo ng ating mamamayan sa pinakamabilis na panahon na pwede niyang mabigay ito. Para po sa akin, mas malalim na pag-aaral ang kailangan gawin para mabigyan natin ng monetary value. Yung savings o kita o income o profit ng pamahalaan o ng bansa natin mula po doon sa benepisyong yun.
And of course, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung pagtingin na ilang mga ahensya ang given the process na in-outline ng good sponsor kanina, ilang mga ahensya finally actually ang dadaan dun sa rationalization or optimization process. Siyempre, yun ay view from the top, no? Mula sa pananaw ng pambansang gobyerno. Pero syempre, hindi natin matatanggal sa ating mga public sector employees view from below yung kanila. Kasi alam po nila na kapag ang naapektuhan, mas kaunti mang mga ahensya, kabilang doon yung kanilang pinagtatrabahuan, naturally, maapektuhan sila. So, kung hindi pa natin matukoy kung ilang mga civil servants eventually maapektuhan, and there is that important provision na bahagi ang mga union sa prosesong ito, meron bang at least time frame kaya, Mr. President, good sponsor, na within which medyo magkakaroon ng indication ang mga public sector employees kung yung kanilang pinagtatrabuhang ahensya nga ay mabibilang dun sa mga maapektuhan?
Wala po, pero sa angkop na panahon, kami bukas sa anumang panukala para lagyan ng takdang panahon po ito. Because conceptually, Mr. President, Your Honor, I am in this representation is in full agreement with the idea of our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader that adequate notice be given if in case it will be done to a particular agency so that they too can prepare and be made aware at the very least.
Salamat, good sponsor. At sana, bukod dun sa preparation and being made aware, safety net or social protection mula sa gobyerno na magsasagawa ng ganitong proseso para sa hindi pa nga security of tenure sa lahat, dahil may mga JOs nga, may mga contractual, pero suporta para ma-relocate primarily within the bureaucracy also, if
Maliban
possible,
sa
good
relocation,
sponsor.
meron pong provision ng panukalang batas ng retooling, reskilling ika nga, and job matching sa ibang mga ahensya kung sakasakali. But for the information of the distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader, within the hearing distance of our Minority Floor Leader, we are actually doing that now in the Senate. We're in the process of doing that. Together with and in conjunction with the UP and CPAG that conducted a study that has been conducting a study for the past 4 months. We are about to reach the tail end so that we can consult already all the stakeholders in the Senate, but the outcome, if I may put the cart ahead of the horse, actually, mas maraming posisyon na create kesa nabawas dahil tinreamline namin yung function, yung dating office, magiging bureau, etc. para yung career path ng empleyado ng Senado na pumasok sa pinakamababang permanenteng pwesto ng Senado ay may chance ang makarating sa pinakatuktok na posisyon sa Senado na permanente na Deputy Secretary General. Dahil ang Secretary General ay coterminous. Yun ang ginawa na, yun ang naging guiding principle po namin dito sa pakikipag-ugnayan namin sa UP and CPAG. At yan din po ang kaisipang dinadala ko sa panukalang batas na ito na aming ini-sponsor sa gabing ito.
Salamat po, good sponsor, Mr. President. I'm sure magandang balita po yon sa tenga din ng yung ating union dito ng Senado. At maganda rin po yung pagbibigay halaga sa konsepto ng career pathing, pati po sa public sector. At naalala ko yung mga inputs, lalo na tuwing budget season ng Civil Service Commission kaugnay nito. And I would wish na mas maraming mga ahensya na maaring dadaan sa rationalization or optimization process ay makarinig ng ganyang ding klaseng mga findings mula sa kanilang heads of institution or agencies. So, Mr. President, doon na lang po sa huling tanong ko sa gabing ito. Doon po sa bill sa ilalim ng Section 5, authority of the President of the Philippines to right-size the operation of the different agencies of the executive branch, para pong masyadong malawak ang saklaw ng kapangyarihan ng Pangulo para mag-right size, mag-streamline, magpa-merge at close down ng agencies at offices. Good sponsor. Maliban sa mga exemptions, at itong dalawa, yung kapangyarihan ng Pangulo at yung exemptions ay nasimulang pag-usapan namin ng good sponsor kanina, Mr. President, maliban sa mga exemptions or enjoined lamang to right size na nabanggit sa bill, tulad nga po ng LGUs at yung GOCCs not covered by the GCG, ano po ang limitation ng authority to exercise this power, good sponsor?
Actually, Ginoong Pangulo, tinanong ko ito sa DBM nung nagka-consultative meeting kami dahil kung naalala ko yung aking administrative code. The Administrative Code of 1987 provides that the President is given the continuing authority to reorganize government. Sabi ko, para saan pa to? May kapangyarihan naman siyang gawin ito. Reorganize government by merging, abolishing offices and making the bureaucracy more efficient. According to the DBM, Mr. President, Your Honor, this law is really more for making sure that whatever benefits they will be offering in case there will be affected employees would be legally given, because that is not authorized under the Administrative Code of 1987. But at the proper time too, Mr. President, Your Honor, whatever limitations, again, this is an outline, list of requirements if in case the President should want to do this. We are open to any suggestions at the proper time, insofar as defining more specifically, not necessarily limiting the powers of the President, not only under this bill but also under the Administrative Code of 1987.
Salamat, good sponsor. Laging kahit sa interpellation magandang homework yung ano pa yung mga legislative agenda na minumungkahi ng particular na bill na tinatalakay. Okay. Huling-huli na lang po. It so happens na nasimula namin pag-usapan ito ng minority leader pero naitanong din ng legis ko. So with the indulgence of Senator Coco, itanong ko na rin po. Kasama ba dito sa right-sizing or optimization process yung mga ahensya na nabuo, kasi hindi siya nabanggit sa exemptions, yung mga ahensya na nabuo sa ilalim ng isang batas, good sponsor?
Opo.
Kasama. Okay, then probably the good minority leader will have a lot more follows up about that.
Hindi po siya sadyang in-exempt.
I see. Very interesting po. Kasi kanina na pag-uusapan yung posibleng ugnayan nitong panukala sa budget law, yung kanina lang nabanggit yung kaugnayan nitong panukala sa Administrative Code of 1987. So, very interesting. Medyo intriguing. Paano naman i-reconcile, pero kung hindi kayang i-reconcile, paano ibabangga itong panukala dun sa, kumbaga, integrity ng mga ahensya na inilikha by virtue of a particular law. So at this point, dahulang pasasalamat, good sponsor, para sa inyong pagtugon sa aking mga tanong. At maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Always an honor and a pleasure, Mr. President, and our due thanks to our Deputy Minority Floor Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader.
Senator Risa. Thank you, Senate President. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 890.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Sinuspend mo na to, JV, no? Sinuspend mo na to. Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2942 contained in Committee Report number 466 and request Secretary General to read the title of the measure without prejudice to inserting the entire text thereof into the record. So move, Mr. President.
The Secretary will read the measure of the bill.
An act setting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, amending for the purpose Article 16, Section 13 of Republic Act Number 11054, otherwise known as the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, as amended.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor, the Chairman of the Committee on Local Government, Senator J.V. Ejercito, to sponsor the measure. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator J.V. Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. My dear colleagues, it is an honor and privilege to sponsor Senate Bill number 2942 under Committee Report number 466. This humble representation believes that the right to vote is one of the most basic and highest right of a human being. Every person has the right to choose who he or she sees fit to lead. However, it goes beyond personal because such choice collectively determines the future of a population. In elections, there is equality, there is equity. After careful deliberation and consultations with all stakeholders, we have arrived with a committee report that we feel is truly acceptable and inclusive. This piece of legislation does not intend to deny anyone of their right to vote, but rather move the day of election in the BARM to a more reasonable date. Under the proposed measure, BARM elections will now be set on the 11th day of August 2025, 3 months from its supposed schedule. This will give the Commission on Elections significant time to prepare and the current Bangsamoro Transition Authority to wind up their transactions. In accordance with their mandate, the members of the BTA shall serve until their successors have been elected and sworn into office. This proposal will allow the members of the BTA to effectively perform their duties and functions, culminating in the smooth transfer of power, completely fulfilling their purpose. Allowing this will prevent the unintended consequences of paralyzing the delivery of basic services in the region, including the uncertainty of the status and salaries of current employees of the BTA. To avoid confusion and misunderstanding, we have categorically described in detail the scenarios for those who have already filed their certificate of candidacies and those who are about to express such intentions to participate should this bill pass into law. This humble representation took the task of sponsoring this bill in the name of peace in Mindanao. I pray that this proposed measure capture the collective thought and aspirations of the Filipino Muslim brothers and sisters. For these reasons, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I humbly appeal for the swift passage of this bill. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator J.V. Senate President.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend further consideration of Senate Bill number 2942 contained in Committee Report number 466 in order to afford our members time to go over the measure. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill numbers 10726, 10729, 10947, 10911, 10945, 10946, 10948, 10949, and 10950. These are the bills on the renaming, separation of school annex, and establishment of schools. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the resumption of consideration of the aforementioned bills are now in order.
Having sponsored the measures and with the consent of the I move for an omnibus interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian. And hindi na, no? Hindi na. Mag-interpellate ka pa, hindi na. Schools. I move to recognize the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Okay na.
I think he's still busy.
Thank you, pare. Thank you.
There's no amendment, Mr. President.
No.
We don't have any amendment. I think we are in the period of interpellation, and I don't think anyone registered to
Yes, Mr.
interpellate.
President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
There's no amendment, Mr. President.
So we are still in the period of interpellation, am I
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
Correct, Mr. President. So we close
So
the
nobody
period.
has registered to interpellate?
Nobody's.
These are local bills, Mr. President. So
Okay.
I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there
Mr.
an
President.
objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
With no committee or individual amendment, I move that we proceed to the second reading approval of the aforementioned bills.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Secretary? Wala.
Wala na ba? Wala na ba siya?
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10.
Oh, okay.
Ay, say sana.
Sure kayo, ah.
I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10726. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. House Bill number 10726 is hereby approved the second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10729.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. House Bill number 10729 is approved on second reading.
I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10947. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. House Bill number 10947 is approved on second reading.
I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10911. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. House Bill number 10911 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10945. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. House Bill number 10945 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10946.
These are new bills.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. House Bill number 10946 is hereby approved on second reading.
With no committee or individual amendment, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 10948. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. House Bill number 10948 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 10949. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. House Bill number 10949 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 10950. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. House Bill number 10950 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mini suspension, Mr. President.
Suspended.
President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders committee report number 454 on House Bill number 9904. This is the bill on the amendments to the charter of the city of Bacoor. So move, Mr.
In
President.
objection, there being none, motions approved.
I move that we consider House Bill number 9904 under committee report number 454.
In objection, there being none, motions approved. Consideration of House Bill number 9904 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting the record of the whole text thereof.
An act merging and renaming certain barangays in the city of Bacoor, province of Cavite, further amending for the purpose Section 10B of Republic Act number 10160, otherwise known as the Charter of the city of Bacoor.
To sponsor, yes, Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that I be recognized to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Please proceed.
Mr. President and honorable members of the Senate, a pleasant day to all. I have the honor to report back to this august body House Bill number 9904. Take into consideration Senate Bill number 2485 under Committee Report number 454, entitled An Act Merging and Renaming Certain Barangays in the City of Bacoor, Province of Cavite, amending for the purpose Section 10B of Republic Act number 10160 or the Charter of the City of Bacoor as amended. The House bill was authored by Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, and the counterpart measure was filed by her counterpart in the Senate, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. Mr. President, the city of Bacoor was founded in 1671 and has been a major gateway to the province of Cavite. It is a historical marker in the province with its great historical background. Even the names of its barangay have historical significance. According to the city, the 17th century Bacooreños flourished on both fisheries and agriculture as their barangay names depict the livelihood endeavors of the residents. This explains why certain barangays are named as Zapote, which means the fruit chico, Siniguelasan, which means Spanish plum, Talaba and Salinas, which means oyster and salt beds, respectively, to name a few. Mr. President, in 2023, the City of Bacoor has passed a city ordinance merging 44 barangays into 18 and renaming 5 barangays. At present, there is a total of 47 barangays in the city from 73. This move was supported by the city's constituents through a plebiscite, which was conducted in 2023, where more than 30,000 registered voters participated with 90.44% cast in agreement with the merger. Among the issues encountered by the city in administering these barangays is the unequal distribution of resources. The merger was supported by data collected by the Office of the City Mayor and by the Sangguniang Lungsod, showing that 49 barangays are not generating enough annual revenues to independently sustain their daily operations and the need of their residents. This factor poses challenges for the barangays with incomes of less than 10 million pesos. Mr. President, during the hearing, we were informed by no less than Congresswoman Lani Mercado Revilla of the city's progress in terms of transition of the merged barangays, where they are currently in the conclusion stage. We are confident in the committee that the merging and renaming of barangays shall sustain our beloved Bacooreños with competent financial resources and equitable services. Mr. President, this measure will reflect the effect of the merger to the charter of the city. More importantly, this measure will formalize the effects and benefits of the merger of certain barangays, especially in terms of the allocation of resources. It is therefore a privilege to sponsor this measure and seek the consideration of this honorable chamber for its immediate passage. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator JV.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9904.
In objection, there being none, motions approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2907 under Committee Report number 436. This is the bill on the revised government auditing code. So move, Mr. President.
In objection, hearing none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2907 under Committee Report 436 is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
The period of interpellation is now in order. The chair would like to recognize Senators Padilla and Pimentel.
Magandang gabi po, Ginoong Pangulo. Magandang gabi po sa ating pinunong minorya.
So, I think there's some commotion, Mr. President, so can we have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Minute suspension, I would like to instruct the OSA to go to the other group to... Huh? Oh.
Can I have a minute suspension, Mr. President? while we-
Suspended.
Mr. President, unless our sponsor has an opening statement, this representation will commence with this interpellation.
Maraming salamat po uli sa ating
permission of our
pinunong minorya sapagkat napakahalaga po ng panimulang salita sa usapin nito sapagkat ito pong ating isinusulong, ito po ay bunga ng isang revolusyon na naganap sa ating bayan na ipinaglalaban po ang kaban ng bayan. Ibig pong sabihin, ito pong COA na atin pong binabanggit dito, Ginoong Pangulo, ito po ay napakahalaga ng papel nito sa ating bayan. Sapagkat kung atin pong babalikan ang kasaysayan ng ating bansa, nabuo ang revolusyon dahil sa kapabayaan, pangungurakot, pagnanakaw, lahat na po, sabihin na natin, kaya po nagbunga ng revolusyon. At kung titingnan po natin sa 1987 Constitution, napakalaki po ng papel ng COA. Ang sabi po dito, sa Article 9, Constitutional Commission. Ayan po letter D, Commission on Audit. Ayan po. Ginoong Pangulo, ang sabi po dito, the Commission on Audit shall have the power, authority, and duty to examine, audit, and settle all accounts pertaining to the revenue and receipts of and expenditures or uses of funds and property owned or held in trust by or pertaining to the government or any of its subdivisions, agencies, or instrumentalities, including government-owned or controlled corporations with original charters on a post-audit basis. Medyo mahaba-haba po ito. Kasi kasama po dito, pati po yung mga state colleges, lahat po ay sakop ng COA, Ginoong Pangulo. Ngayon, meron lang po tayong pinagdadaanan na, siyempre po, sa takbo po ng panahon, mahal na Pangulo, hindi naman po pwede na magmula po 1987 na nagawa po itong saligang batas, ang pinakamataas na batas dito sa ating bayan, hindi po nagkakaroon ng mga hakbangin para palakasin pa ang binigay na kapangyarihan sa COA. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang ating pong COA ay masasabi po natin na international na ang kanilang standard dahil sa amin pong mga ginawang pagdinig. Ang COA po ay miyembro at palagi ang uma-attend ng mga international seminars at studies patungkol po sa pag-audit. Ang kailangan lang po natin ngayon, mga mahal kong kababayan, ay yung kapangyarihan na ibinigay po sa kanila ay palakasin natin. Hindi inuulit ko po Hindi po natin dinadagdagan. Wala po yan, bawal po yan. Ang gusto po natin, mahal na Pangulo, ay palakasin po yung mga ibinigay sa kanilang kapangyarihan. Kaya meron po dito sa ating panukala na mga bago pong probisyon. Pero ito pong mga provision nito, mahal na Pangulo, hindi na po ito bago. Meron pong ilan na pinapractice na, meron pong ilan na masasabi nating bago. Pero yung pong mga bago na yun, pagka atin pong pinag-usapan, ay parang hindi na rin bago. Kaya po, aking mahal na Pangulo at ang atin pong pinakamamahal din na pinunong minorya na pagka binalikan po natin ang kasaysayan, ako po ay talagang punong-puno ng kaligayahan sapagkat ang tatay po ng ating pinunong minorya at ang tatay ko po'y magkasama. Sila po'y magkasama nung panahon ng revolusyon. Kaya ito pong pinag-uusapan natin ay parang continuation po ito kung ano ang pinaglaban ng aming mga ama. Kaya ako po, mahal na Pangulo, hindi ko po sinasabing ako po'y eksperto, hindi po ako magaling sa batas. Hindi din po ako mathematician, hindi din po ako auditor. Ako po isang revolusyonaryo. Kaya ang hinihingi ko po sa aking mahal na kaibigan, sa ating pong pinunong minorya, ay maging kapartner ko po siya dito sa paglinang ng panukala na ito. Sapagkat naniniwala po ako na ang pinaglaban ng aming mga ama hanggang ngayon, ito po ang natatanging lamang panglaban ng taong bayan sa korupsyon. Ito lamang pong COA. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Salamat po. At marami na pong nasagot dun sa opening statement ng ating sponsor, ang ating mga concerns. Pero ito pong ating panukala ay isa po itong code.
Opo.
Tama po. So, ang gusto ba natin mangyari dito na lahat ng ating gustong malaman tungkol sa government auditing ay dito natin makikita at mahanap sa panukalang ito.
Opo.
Okay.
Alam niyo po, katunayan po, mahal na Pangulo, noong nagsagawa po kami ng pagdinig, napaka eye-opener po. Sapagkat marami po talaga na hindi naman nasasaad sa batas, pero kanila na po itong isinasagawa at ginagawa na po nila. Ang kailangan po natin ngayon na Ginoong Pangulo, maging batas po para mas lalo pong maging masabi pong matalim ang kanilang ipin po.
Pero yung mga sinasabi po nating existing practice na ngayon na ginagawa nila ay ano po ang legal basis nun?
Opo.
Kasi ito ba'y, siyempre, bago nila ginawa yan, kinover muna nila sarili nila ng, ano ba tawag, circular ba?
Opo,
Is it
circular.
O,
Opo.
sige. Ano po ang legal basis ng Commission on Audit para sa kapangyarihan nila sa pag-issue ng circular?
Opo, napakaganda po ng tanong ng ating pinunong minorya. At yan po, alam niyo po, dito po sa aking kaliwa, kung titingnan niyo po, dahil ang sabi ko po sa kanila, Ginoong Pangulo, tayo po ay haharap sa bar tatnatcher, mathematician pa. Kaya kailangan po, battery ng mga auditors ang kailangan po natin dito sa kaliwa. Ano po?
Yung legal basis na yun ay nandun sa bill.
Section 2 ng Konstitusyon. Opo. Dito po, sa nakalagay po sa ating konstitusyon, sa Section 2 po, ng letter D, the Commission on Audit, dito po sa Section 2, number 2, sabi po dito, the Commission shall have exclusive authority subject to the limitations in this article to define the scope of its audit and examination, establish the techniques and methods required therefore. Yun po, nasa konstitusyon po, mahal naming Pangulo, na sinasabi po dito, meron po silang karapatan na maggawa ng mga techniques, establish techniques, methods sa pangalan po ng circular. Apo.
Yung susunod, mas importante rin po.
Sige po, basahin ko na po. Baka kasi English baka may Tagalog kasi dito.
Meron kasi
Kaya nga po,
ang ating
may
konstitusyon
Tagalog tayo.
actually ay nakabandato dyan na merong Tagalog version ng ating konstitusyon. Sige po, pwede po natin gamitin yun.
Tagalog sana para maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan. Masyado akong spoken in dollar. Tagalog. Tuloy ko muna po sa English.
Sige po.
Due to insistent public demand. Therefore, and promulgate accounting and auditing rules and regulations, including those for the prevention and disallowance of irregular, unnecessary, excessive, extravagant, or unconscionable expenditures or uses of government funds and properties. Malinaw po dito, Ginoong Pangulo. Ito po naman sa Tagalog, dapat magkaroon ang komisyon ng tanging otoridad batay sa mga katakdaan sa artikulong ito na magtakda ng saklaw na audit at pagsusuri nito, magtatag ng mga kaparaanan at pamamaraan na kinakailangan ukol doon at maglagda ng mga tuntunin at alituntunin sa pagtutuos at pag-audit kabilang ang mga ukol sa paghadlang at di pagpaghintulot sa mga paggugol o paggamit ng mga salapi at ari-arian ng pamahalaan na tiwali, hindi kinakailangan, labis-labis, maluho o hindi makatwiran. Yun po, Ginoong Pangulo.
So, sa ngayon po, ang COA, aside from the circulars that they have issued, and aside from the constitutional basis in the 1987 Constitution, ano po ang batas na nag-govern sa kanilang mga kilos?
Sa ngayon po ay
Sa
ang
ngayon,
saligang
yes.
batas. At siyempre po, yung pong nakaraan, nung panahon po ng tayo pa po ay nasa panahon pa ng Marcos Sr., meron po tayong Presidential Decree 1445. Opo, doon po nagbase halos... Opo.
And that is a 1978 law. So, ibig na, ang gusto natin na sabihin ngayon, ang basic and fundamental auditing code na sinusunod ng COA sa ngayon is a 1978 law.
Opo, opo.
Yung 1978 auditing code na yan, paano naman siya binago ng mga detalye na nandun sa 1987 Constitution?
Opo. Ng 1987 Constitution. Ayan, napakaganda po ng iba talaga pala pag may battery ka dito po. Opo. Ito po, ang sabi po nila, nandoon po ito sa Book 5 ng Admin Code of the 1987 Constitution. Meron po ba tayo? Book 5.
Of the Admin Code.
Opo, Admin Code.
So, meaning to say, according to our resource persons, Book 5 of the Administrative Code of 1987 repealed, even indirectly, repealed or replaced the June 1978 Government Auditing Code? Or ano sila, complementary sila?
Opo. Opo. Siya daw po ay complementary.
Okay, sige.
Opo,
Kaya nga, ang tanong ko nga, Mr.
Opo.
Okay. So, ang gusto nilang sabihin sa atin is, sa ngayon, hindi naman talaga nakarely ang COA sa isang 1978 na issuance.
Opo.
Pati na rin sa Book 5 ng Admin Code ng 1987. Okay.
Opo.
Kaya po ang next tanong ko, kung medyo na-update na rin naman pala, ano po naman ang pagbabago na ating ilinagay sa ating panukala such that it is more desirable now to have this new government auditing code?
Opo. Opo, pwede po natin itong isa-isahin kung ano po yung mga bagong provision.
Mga bagong idea muna. May mga bago ba tayong idea o bagong approach dito sa ating panukala? Kasi kung unless sasabihin nyo po sa amin na yung circular, pinagsama-sama lang natin lahat at ginawa nating code. Ganun ba ang ginawa natin dito sa panukalang ito o hindi?
Katulad po ng sinabi ko po kanina, Ginoong Pangulo, meron po kasing sa takbo po ng panahon, meron din po silang mga ginagawang pag-aaral sa abroad. Ano po? Opo. At yung mga best practices po ngayon sa abroad, gusto din po natin maisagawa.
Pwede akong sumingit tungkol dyan.
Opo.
Ang ating bang COA chairman ay chairman ng isang international organization sa ngayon? Para pagkaalam ko, chairman ata siya ng isang international organization. So,
Siya po ay member po.
member.
Opo,
Okay,
member po
automatic
siya.
na may
Opo.
member tayo. Sige po, so continue sir. Kung ano yung kung may bago bang ideya dito sa ating panukala na hindi pa captured ng Book 5 of the Admin Code and the 1978 General Auditing Code, tawag na, or Government Auditing Code, yes.
Opo. Kasi po may mga kaso po din, marami din pong mga bagong na-desisyon ng Supreme Court na mga kaso po na nakakapag-define po ng mga kailangan sundin ng COA o sundin ng mga tao po. Opo. Kaya kailangan po yung mga batas na bago, ito pong ating ginagawa na mapalakas po para maisama na rin po yung mga Supreme Court rulings po na may kinalaman po sa COA. At yung mga practices na rin po ngayon ng COA na ginagawa na rin po nila na maging batas po. Opo.
Siguro po, Mr. President, maganda yon. Kung mabigyan lang tayo ng idea o sample ng ating sponsor,
Opo.
ano ang mga bagong ideya na nakuha natin sa jurisprudence na ilinagay na ngayon natin sa panukala? Ano ang mga bagong idea na nakuha natin sa ating participation sa international organizations and fora na ilinagay na rin natin ngayon sa ating panukala? So para masundan po natin yung mga bagong ideya sa ating panukala.
Meron po ito kaninang umaga amin itong pinag-aralan. Section 27 ba yun? Sandali lang po.
A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Opo.
Session is suspended for a minute. Please proceed.
I think the sponsor was in the process of answering the question already, Mr. President. So.
Opo. Ginoong Pangulo, meron pong mga pangyayari katulad po ngayon, habang iniaantay po natin yung para sa Supreme Court, tatalon lang po ako. Katulad po sa Section 60, sinasabi po dito, Ginoong Pangulo, na katulad po kahapon, napag-usapan po natin yung e-governance. So dito po sa Section 60 ng ating panukala, nasasabi po dito ay dinagdag po natin ang electronic transaction, katulad ng electronic documents, electronic collection, and electronic project. Ito po na rin ay pinapractice na rin po ito ng COA po sa ngayon. Yan po yung isa po na masasabi po nating malaking pagbabago. Opo, at dito naman po kanina, nagkaroon po ng kaso na dinesisyonan po ng Korte Suprema. Meron na?
Yes. Ano?
Ito po yun, ano? Section 27, matagal na po itong pinapractice ng COA. Ito po ay patungkol sa pagbabawal sa mga private entities for rendering audit or related services to government agencies. Kailangan muna po ng COA's approval kung kukuha ng pribadong entidad para gumawa ng mga audit sa mga government agencies. Nagkaroon po ng kaso ito, Ginoong Pangulo, at ang naging decision po ay pagkalagpas ng 60 days. Iba pala to. Sorry po. Ang sabi po dito, hindi po pwede. Pwede na pwedeng kumuha ng pribadong auditing firm yung private ng mga government agency po. Pwede po silang kumuha. Opo. Hindi po pwede na ang sinasabi po, kasi ito, ang ano po nito, galing po ito sa deliberasyon ng 1987 Constitution. Kasi meron po itong isang commissioner, sabi niya doon, hindi, kailangan exclusive ang COA. Ang sabi naman po ng ibang commissioner, hindi pwede. Natalo po siya sa bilangan. At yun po ang ginamit ng Supreme Court na argumento na hindi po pwede na exclusive. Kailangan pwede silang kumuha ng iba. Yun po yung mga desisyon na masasabi po natin na nangyari. Meron pa pong isa. Opo. Dito po sa Section 28, ito ay nasa PD 1445. At base rin po ito sa desisyon ng Korte Suprema. Ito po ay patungkol sa probisyon ng pag-hire ng law firms o private lawyers. Ito po ay alinsunod sa desisyon ng Korte Suprema. Kasi alam niyo po, minsan kailangan magpaalam pa sa COA, hindi na po, kumbaga, nagkakasuhan na. Ginoong Pangulo, nagkadimandahan na, wala nang panahon. Ang sabi po dito, na kapag lumagpas na yung 60 days, deemed approved na po yung request ng kung sino man pong ang gustong mag-hire ng lawyer, private lawyer. Yun po yung mga masasabi nating bago na meron po talagang bigat. Kasi ito po ay may kinalaman na sa mga desisyon ng Korte Suprema at ganoon din po doon sa paparating po na e-governance.
So, hindi pa po ito natitesting, itong Section 28, kunyari lumampas ng 60 days, gumastos na ngayon yung...
Meron na pong desisyon. Meron na pong desisyon ang Supreme Court.
So, sa ngayon, disallowed.
Pero ang COA, wala pa po. Ilalagay po natin ngayon sa batas.
Kaya nga, kung wala ito, kaya sa ngayon, disallowed. Hindi pwede.
Kung pagbabasihan po yung desisyon ng Supreme Court,
what was the decision? Allowed? The Supreme Court allowed the expense of government in the hiring of private lawyer or
60 days.
Or sustained the decision?
60 days po
So even the 60 days is in that decision? Hindi ako familiar po sa decision na yun.
Opo.
So, okay.
Yun po, malinaw po yun Malinaw po, Ginoong Pangulo, na halimbawa po, katulad po ng Pisan, di ba? Pisan, nag-hire po sila ng lawyer nila, lumagpas po, hindi po, ang nangyari, ang tagal po, hindi po nila maantay-antay yung approval ng COA. Ang sabi po, 60 days, deemed approved na po yun. Pag lumagpas.
Okay. Ngayon, kinaklaro natin dito. Opo. Sige po. How about sa international best practices? Mayroon ba tayong napulot doon na linalagay ngayon natin dito sa ating panukala?
Ano pong tawag? Section 26. Ayun. Nako, ito po yung pinakamaganda na pinag-usapan po namin. Ako gusto ko po ito. Kasi maraming lugar na hindi napupuntahan ng COA. Nakalagay po dito sa Section 26. Institutionalizes COA Citizen Participating Audit Program. Ito po yung Deputized Citizen Participatory Office. Since 2016 pa po ito, ginagawa nyo na. Opo, nagde-deputize po sila. Opo, ng mga mga CPA po, no? Tawag po nila CPA, mga opo. Kaya po ito po ay napakaganda sapagkat marami pong lugar dito sa ating bayan ang hindi po napupuntahan, Ginoong Pangulo.
So ito pong participation ng civil society organizations na natin ay linilimit natin sa remote and critical areas. Bakit hindi natin gawin as a general rule?
Opo.
Sama sila.
Actually,
Sama sila.
general rule po siya. Opo.
Well, ito pang ang pagkasulat natin ay located page 20 line 17 to 18 nakasulat dito. Monitoring of projects located in remote and critical areas. So mukhang maganda itong idea na ito. Bakit di natin gawing partner ng COA ang CSO? For all, if you want.
Opo, yun daw po, practice na po na raw nila, Ginoong Pangulo. Ito po yung ginagawa na raw po nila. Opo.
So, balikan po natin itong 26. Ano natin?
Opo.
I-expand po natin.
Opo.
Hindi ba sa bidding ay required, sa public bidding, required ang mga observers from civil society rin? NGO? Ganon? So, pag ino-audit ba ng COA ang isang project, tinitignan ba nila how the public bidding was conducted? Kasali po ba yun? Do they also, and in the process, do they look for the participation of the CSO or NGO or PO?
Auditor. Wala yung civilian. Wala.
Ay, pwede pa natin ito improve.
Okay po. Limited lang daw po ang binibigay.
Sige.
Opo, doon sa, pero sa lahat po ng bidding nandun. Kayo? Ang COA. Opo, ang COA po nandun. Sa lahat po ng bidding na.
Sige pa, so nakita naman natin yung, andun yung attempt sa Section 26, hindi ano na natin?
Mas broad na.
Ano na natin yung spirit nung anong panukala, nung section po, ayusin na po natin.
Opo.
Tapos, Mr. President, bago ko ito malimutan, may mga concerns na riniraise yung mga private entities na it's either meron silang ano ba yun yung sa PPP? PPP. Because of the PPP, allowed ang private entities na parang meron siyang merger of activities or transactions with the government. Yun, meron silang isang section po rito, section 24, if I'm not mistaken, na yun po ang concern nila na ano bang klaseng audit authority ang gusto ma-exercise or pwedeng ma-exercise ng COA sa kanila under our bill, Mr. President?
Opo. Ito po ay napakagandang tanong po ng ating pinunong minorya sapagkat ito po ay napakarami na po talagang tumawag din po ng aking pansin dito sa usapin nito. Kaya ito din po ay nagkaroon din po kami ng napakahabang talakayan dito. Ngunit ako din po ay nasagot ng COA sapagkat una po nilang sinabi sa akin na meron daw po talaga na tinatawag na Republic Act 11966. Ito pong RA na to sa second paragraph, section 31 ng PPP Code. Kung saan sinasabi po na ang mga PP projects awarded subject sa Government Audit Code or 2009 Revised Rules of Procedure ng COA and amendments thereto. Sa provision na ito, itinakda rin the COA in consultation and coordination with the PP codes shall adopt and promulgate the necessary framework and guidelines on accounting and auditing PP projects. Kaya dito po, sa ating Section 24, maliwanag naman po dito, ito ay patungkol sa limited jurisdiction ng COA sa mga private entities, kasama na rito ang public utilities. Kung meron po tayong mga pumasang batas na patungkol po dyan, yung RA number 11659, ito po yung Public Service Act. Opo, na sinasabi din po na sinabi po ng korte na hindi naman to unconstitutional. So, sila po ay tatamaan po ng limited jurisdiction ng COA sa pag-audit po. Yun po ang aming pagkakaintindi, Ginoong Pinuno.
Ang problema ko po, Mr. President, dito rin sa pagkasulat ng ating Section 24 na nasa page 19. Sa title ng section, limited jurisdiction over private entities. Pero pagbasahin mo yung body ng section, hindi mo naman makuha kung anong meaning ng limited jurisdiction. Kasi sinasabi rito, the Commission shall have authority to examine and audit the contracts, agreements, or dealings of private entities with the government, etc. So, the words used are examine and audit, which is the normal words, Mr. President. So, where is the limitation found, Mr. President?
Sino po bumura?
Doon po sa revised version, yun po kasi may parte po na binurat, kaya naging malabo po yung provision na yun.
Saan ba nahanap? Hindi, actually, yung jurisdiction
Okay, so po.
over certain
Mr. Ginoong Pangulo, 1 minute suspension lang po. Opo. Thank you po. Napakaganda po ng naging talakayan dito sa amin. Napakaganda po kasi ng katanungan ng ating pinunong minorya. At alam niyo po, ito po kasing pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, ito po ay galing pa sa Presidential Decree number 1445.
Patingin ng 1445.
At ito po ay at ang amin pong napagdesisyonan, amin pong i-specify dito sa Section 24 na malinaw kung ano po yung dadaan sa audit. Ibig pong sabihin, kung ano lamang po yung dinapuan ng pera ng gobyerno, doon po sa PPP, doon lang po sila may karapatan na mag-audit. Kung saan lang po dumapo yung pera po ng gobyerno. Pero maliban po doon, wala po silang pwedeng silipin doon po patungkol doon sa private na kumpanya.
Pero sa ngayon po ang ating sponsor na sa pagkakasulat ngayon, medyo hindi yan limited jurisdiction.
Opo.
Tama, okay,
Opo,
sige
opo.
po. At least
tinatanggap po ng ating
So malalaman lang natin ito or kung kami ba ang ating mga kasama ba ay sasang-ayon sa amendment, kung marinig na namin kung paano natin mahuhuli yung konsepto ng limited jurisdiction.
Opo.
Sige po. Opo. So at least maganda po yan at malaking bagay na po yan na yung parang agam-agam nila, yung worry nila, concern na...
Opo. Natural po yung kanilang pag-aalala sapagkat sila po ay mga investor din po. Siyempre po, kailangan din natin alagaan yung mga investor. Pero wag po silang malumbay at wag po silang mag-alala. At lahat po ng pwedeng gawin ng COA patungkol lamang po sa pera ng gobyerno po.
Ngayon po, yung konsepto ng rightsizing, nakaka-discuss lang natin, parang nasa bill din yun. Pero yung kahulugan ba ng rightsizing na gamit natin sa panukalang ito, kaparehas nung rightsizing na sinabi po ng ating Senate President na dinipensahan niya yung kanyang panukala?
Opo, alam niyo po, kung mapapansin niyo po, kasama po ako ng ating Ginoong Pangulo doon sa rightsizing sapagkat naniniwala po tayo doon. Pero kanina po sa kanyang paliwanag, malinaw din po na sinabi niya, hindi po ibig sabihin nun na tayo po ay magbabawas o kung hindi, pipiliin po yung mga tao talaga na talagang sila po yung magpe-perform. Yung talaga pong may mga kakayahan. Yung tunay po na masasabi po natin na madi-deserve po nila kung magkano po yung natatanggap nilang sweldo mula po doon sa ahensya ng gobyerno. Kaya ako po ay nakasuporta po doon. At dito po, sa kasalukuyan, naririnig ko po ang aking lupon at kanila pong naisagutin ang inyo pong katanungan. Opo.
Okay, magkamalit.
Araw-araw akong inaayong tenga ko Opo. Katunayan po, Ginoong Pangulo, lahat po ng aksyon ng COA na may kinalaman po sa organisasyon po nila, ito po ay dumadaan po sa DBM.
Yun,
opo. Ito po ay ina-approve ng DBM. Ang kanila pong tinatawag na revised plantilla. Opo. Wala po silang pagmamalabis po na ginawa patungkol po sa rightsizing.
Hindi natin binabago yon. Yung authority ng DBM na daanan ng kanilang ideya o proposal at magbigay ng approval ay nandito po sa ating panukala. I-retain natin yon.
Opo. Opo.
Kasi meron po akong, kunyari po nasa page 17, lines 5 to 7.
5 to 7.
Yes, the commission proper may effect changes in the organization and functions of the commission as it may deem necessary and the exercise of its fiscal autonomy in order to carry out its constitutional mandate. Hindi po ba pwede itong ma-interpret? Kasi doon sa word na organization, pati function nga eh. Hindi ba pwedeng ma-interpret ito na pwede na nilang hindi hintayin ang desisyon ng DBM? At saka yung functions na ito, pwede ba nilang baguhin itong code na ginagawa natin, Mr. President?
Okay. Ginoong Pangulo, ito pong provision ng 5 to 7. Line 5 to 7.
Page 17.
Opo. The Commission proper may effect changes in the organization and function of the Commission as it may deem necessary in the exercise of its fiscal autonomy in order to carry out its constitutional mandate. Opo, yun po ang kasagutan po nila. Nasa special provision daw po ito ng GAA.
Hindi, paano nga to paano interpretation po nito? That the Commission, the COA can create additional positions and not need the DBM's approval because meron silang exercise of fiscal autonomy?
Opo, basta hindi lang po sila lumalagpas sa budget. Basta nandun lang po sila sa budget.
Paano sila nabigyan ng budget? In the first place, di ba kung kinocompute ang budget, PS, MOE, capital outlay.
Pero lahat po yun, Ginoong Pangulo, dumadaan pa rin po sa DBM yun lahat. Opo, upon approval po ng DBM.
So ang gusto natin sabihin, ito pong paragraph na ito ay nasa GAA at lumalabas yan year after year after year.
Special provision po. Pwede po natin basahin.
Sige po, titingnan na lang po natin. Basta, kasi ayaw natin ng natin ng... Doon po ba sa... sige, pakitingin na lang po yung... Doon po ba? Pati po ba sa special provision ay binanggit ang fiscal autonomy?
Ito po.
Tingnan natin.
Page. Saan to? Page 11. Andito? Sandali lang po. Minute suspension po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Session suspended.
Notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, and within the limits of appropriations in this Act, the chairperson of the Commission on Audit, COA, is hereby authorized to formulate and implement the COA's organizational structure. B, fix and determine the salaries, allowances, and other benefits of the COA personnel in accordance with the rates and levels authorized under RA number 6758 as amended, and RA number 6686 as amended. And C, create new positions, transfer an item, or make other adjustments in the personal services itemization whenever public interest so requires. Implementation of the foregoing shall be subject to compliance with organization, staffing, and position classification and compensation standards of the DBM. Scrap and build policy and submission to DBM of a resolution stating the changes in the organization and staffing in accordance with the foregoing standards and policy for proper documentation. Yun po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Okay.
Wala bang Tagalog niya?
Pero alam niyo yung tanong ko po. Kung yung paragraph na yan, lines 5 to 7, ay nandun sa special provision, ang layo po nung binasa ninyo, hindi naman yung paragraph na yan eh. So siguro ang sinasabi nila sa atin, kinompress yung at linagay. Pero delikado po kasi mag-compress tayo ng ilang ideas kasi when we re-expand the compressed sentence, pwedeng iba na ulit yung conclusion natin, iba na po. So, mukhang ang sagot sa tanong ko, hindi. Wala itong paragraph na lines 5 to 7 ay wala sa special provisions. Hindi po. Wala po.
Maari po natin, kung gusto po niyo, at sa palagay po ng ating pinunong minorya at professor na i-adapt na lang po natin yung dati, ay mas maganda po yun.
Hindi, ang aking point po, mag-ingat po tayo kasi sabi nga natin kanina na kino-concede ng COA na yung kanilang reorganization or any changes sa kanilang organization, lalo na sa pag-hire ng paggawa ng mga posisyon, ay kinakailangan ng approval ng DBM. Okay. Ingat lang ako dahil dyan sa paragraph na yan, mukhang pwede nating isantabi ang requirement na kailangan ng approval ng DBM. So, yan lang po. Kung pwede rin natin balikan yung last paragraph ng Section 16, Mr. President.
Gawan niya ng paraan yan.
But Mr. President, actually marami pang section dito na binimension ata ang fiscal autonomy ng COA. Pero kung pwede sa susunod na natin pag-usapan kung anong ang meaning ng fiscal autonomy, paulit-ulit na lumalabas dito sa auditing code na to. Kasi kailangan maintindihan po natin yun. Kasi meron din akong bill sa judiciary fiscal autonomy. Tapos ang CHR claims na meron silang fiscal autonomy. Nawala naman yung phrase na yun sa constitutional provisions concerning the CHR. So at this point, Mr. President, with the permission of our sponsor, if this representation can suspend his interpellation on this very important law. Alam kong very important ito, alam ko timely ito, alam ko nagmamadali tayo. We will extend our full cooperation, but unfortunately this is a code. Sa sheer length, kailangan ng talagang daanan natin ito. Pero mas importante sa importance niya eh. Kasi buong gobyerno subject to this code, plus yung limited jurisdiction sa mga private entities na magdi-deal sa gobyerno, aabutin din sila ng code na ito. So ganun po kahalaga ito. Kaya sana maintindihan po ng ating mga resource persons na iti-testing natin yung mga ideas, yung mga new mga concepts, old concepts, i-testing natin kung relevant pa ba, applicable pa ba. Then kung yung mga new concepts, iti-testing din natin kung mag-work ba sa tunay na buhay. So that is the purpose of our interpellation. But we are the minority is supportive of this bill. Napapanahon na. If 1978 yung PD, 1987 yung Book 5 ng Admin Code, ano na po yun? I mean, 30 plus years na ang basis. Nagbago na mundo. Sige po. So, and of course, I know for a fact na very exposed ang ating mga auditors to their participation in international organizations and fora. And in fact, meron tayong mga auditors na hina-hire ng UN. Tama? Tama. So, must be, ano na yun, parang, anong tawag mo nun? Parang, ano ba yun? Parang endorsement or ano ba yun?
Patunay na po yun.
Patunay o pagkilala sa galing at abilidad at reputasyon ng ating mga auditors. Okay? So, yun lang po yun. So, I hope they understand may konting delay, but this is a necessary delay. I hope they understand. So, thank you, Mr. President, if I can suspend my interpretation.
Senator,
Maraming salamat po sa
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2907.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla would like his co-sponsorship speech be inserted in the records for House Bill number 9904 under Committee Report number 454.
The co-sponsorship speech of Senator Revilla is hereby inserted into the records.
Mr. President, we have acknowledged earlier the BHW Federation from officers, but they are still here. And in fact, the different chapter presidents from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao already arrived, and I would like to thank and acknowledge their presence.
What is this organization?
The Barangay Health Workers Federation of the Philippines, because they were here to listen to our discussion yesterday and supposedly today. But at this point, Mr. President, I'd like to thank our colleagues, everybody, even the minority. In this case, we really cross party lines, no? For the greater good. Lalo na po sa pinag-usapan ho natin yung BHWs. The minority leader, the deputy minority leader are very supportive of this measure, Mr. President. So we'd like to thank. Yes, our deputy minority leader is seeking the floor.
Well, before that, I would like to welcome all the barangay health workers here in your Philippine Senate. Yes, Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor, nagdiriwang po ako kasama ng buong Senado sa pagsulong nitong Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers. Dahil mula po sa simula ng ating matagal at malaman na proseso, ay kaisa po ako ng ating sponsor at co-authors sa pagsulong ng mga mahalagang probisyon. Halimbawa, yung lubos na pagkilala sa mahalagang papel at kontribusyon ng ating mga barangay health workers sa pagsasakatuparan ng universal healthcare bilang kabahagi ng primary healthcare service delivery. Gayon din po sa pagtatakda ng kaukulan at karampatang, honoraria, allowances, benepisyo at insentibo para sa ating mga BHWs. Mga hakbang din para mas gawin pang bibo ang ating mga BHWs sa pamamagitan ng competency-based training and accreditation program. Pagkilala at pagtataguyod sa mga karapatan ng mga BHWs, kabilang ang karapatan sa pag-oorganisa ng kanilang hanay at pagpapatibay sa pagkilala ng lipunan sa ating mga BHWs sa pamamagitan ng paggunita ng Barangay Health Workers Day tuwing ika-7 ng Abril bawat taon. So kaisa din po, Mr. President, ng lahat ng mga authors at ang sponsor at higit sa lahat ng ating mga BHWs, nangangarap po ako sa kinabukasan ng ating mga BHW kung saan patuloy na isusulong ang barangay health work bilang decent work at buong pagkilala at proteksyon sa ating mga barangay health workers bilang kapantay sa karapatan, entitlements at pagkakataon bilang public health workers. Kaya't muli kasama po ng lahat ng ating mga pinuno at kasaping BHW, ang sponsor at lahat ng authors, nananawagan po akong patuloy na kaisa ng ating mga barangay health workers at yun na nga, lahat ng kapwa-authors ng ating Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers sa agarang pagpasa ng panukalang ito. Mr. President, isang pagpupugay at mabuhay ang ating mga barangay health workers.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to thank the Deputy Minority Leader and our colleagues as well for the support for this ambitious, but I think it's about time that we really look into the plight of our dear barangay health workers. With that, Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. I'm in suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
I withdraw that previous motion, Mr. President. Instead, we proceed to. I move that we proceed to the reference of business.
Please read the reference of business.
Third additional reference of business, bill on first reading, Senate number 2943, an act amending Republic Act number 9511, an act granting the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines a franchise to engage in the business of conveying or transmitting electricity through high voltage backbone system or of interconnected transmission lines, substations, and related facilities, and for other purposes, Senator Gatchalian.
Public Services and Ways and Means.
Committee reports. Committee Report 467, jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means and Finance, on House Number 9334, and act converting the Sulu State College in the municipality of Jolo, province of Sulu, into a state university and appropriate funds therefore. Recommending its approval through amendment by substitution, taking into consideration Senate Number 2319, sponsor Senator Cayetano AP.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
468, submitted by the Special Committee on Marawi City Rehabilitation and Victims Compensation on Senate Number 2944 with Senator De La Rosa as author, and act amending Republic Act Number 11696, otherwise known as the Marawi Siege Victims Compensation Act of 2022, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Numbers 2828, sponsor Senator De La Rosa.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
469, jointly by the Committees on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means and Finance, on Senate Number 2945 with Senators Villanueva and Zubiri as authors. An act strengthening further the powers and functions of the Authority of the Freeport Area Bataan, AFAB, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 9728, otherwise known as the Freeport Area Bataan Act of 2009 as amended by RA 11453, recommending approval in substitution of Senate Number 2282, taking into consideration House Number 8001, sponsor Senator Zubiri.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 468 on Senate Bill number 2944. This is the bill amending RA number 11696, the Marawi Siege Victims Compensation Act of 2022. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2944 under Committee Report number 468.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2944 is now in order. The Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act amending Republic Act Number 11696, otherwise known as the Marawi Siege Victims Compensation Act of 2022.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Chairperson of the Senate Special Committee on Marawi City Rehabilitation and Victims Compensation, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, I celebrated my 63rd birthday. And yesterday too, the nation celebrated the 6th Foundation Day of the Bangsamoro. Hindi ako naniniwala sa tsamba, Mr. President. Pero naniniwala ako sa God's will. Therefore, as I sponsor Senate Bill number 2944 under Committee Report number 468, amending Republic Act number 11696, otherwise known as the Marawi Siege Victims Compensation Act of 2022. Believe me when I say this. This is no mere coincidence. The nightmare began on May 23, 2017, when Marawi was thrown into a state of terror. The war went on for over 4 months, with then President Duterte declaring the city's liberation on October 17, 2017. It seems that during a time of war, and perhaps even the months that follow its end, the law wields very little power. when war leaves behind the rubble of destroyed houses and shattered hopes, of what use indeed are words on a page? As an often quoted and translated line from Cicero goes, in times of war, law falls silent. But in a series of legislative acts that culminated on April 13, 2022, our nation, especially the Bangsamoro, showed just how loud the law can be when it offers up itself as a cry of protest, a declaration of support, a covenant of restoration. Sa pagsasabatas ng Republic Act No. 11696 o ang Marawi Siege Victims Compensation Act of 2022. Tila ito ay katumbas din ng isang malakas at taos-pusong sigaw, kaisa ninyo kami, Marawi. Indeed, this august chamber stands as a living proof that in times of war, the law can and the law must be loud. Pero sabi nga ng mga nakatatanda, actions speak louder than words. At noong sinimulan na nga ang implementasyon ng RA 11696, nakita rin natin, lalo na ng mga biktima mismo ng Marawi Siege, na may mga kakulangan ang batas na kailangan bigyan pansin at tugunan. There is always room for improvement, ika nga. Hence, your Senate Special Committee on Marawi Rehabilitation and Victims Compensation has the honor to present Senate Bill No. 2944 bearing the following improvements. Una, sa ilalim ng ating proposed bill, Mr. President, dinadagdagan natin ng 64 na barangay, 64 pang barangay ang listahan ng Other Affected Areas or OAA, where at first there were only 8 barangays listed under OAA or Other Affected Areas. This bill increases that to 72. Ito po ay opisyal na mungkahi ng City Government of Marawi dahil kulang na kulang raw po ang listahan ng mga barangay na nakasaad sa current version ng RA 11696. Nakita rin ito sa naging updated post-conflict assessment report of Task Force Bangon Marawi. Pangalawa, ang pagdidetermina ng replacement cost, totally destroyed assets at repair cost. Sa ilalim ng kasalukuyang batas, walang nakasaad na kahulugan ng replacement cost. This was expressed instead in the Implementing Rules and Regulations or IRR. With this bill, we are removing the responsibility from the IRR and placing it within the law itself. The fewer we leave to interpretation, the more decisive our implementation becomes. Pangatlo, Mr. President, ay ang pag-amyenda natin ng Section 15 ng RA 11696, Section 15, Letter A, which deals with the determination of monetary compensation, is phrased as follows. The board shall determine the monetary compensation and award of the lawful owners, whichever is the lower amount or of either the fair market value or the value of its total area. Mr. President, hindi na po natin mabilang ang mga natanggap nating reklamo at hinaing dahil sa mga katagang whichever is the lower amount. If we are indeed to make amends, if we are truly to enable the residents of Marawi to build their property and lives anew, then we cannot sit back and simply hand over that which is lower, that which is less. And so, under this proposed measure, Mr. President, we are deleting the phrase whichever is the lower amount and simplifying it to be the equivalent of either replacement or repair cost. Pang-apat, Mr. President, dahil may dinagdag tayong mga barangay, nagbibigay tayo ng 1-year extension para sa pag-file ng mga bagong claims for compensation. Panlima, Mr. President, ay ang pagsasaad na ang panibagong basihan na gagamitin para sa monetary compensation at award ay magkakaroon ng retroactive effect. With this, those who have received the compensation but with a lower rate applied may have their claim reappraised and evaluated in anticipation of a higher rate of compensation. At ang panghuling amendment na nais kong i-highlight, Mr. President, ay ang pagbibigay rin natin ng extension sa Marawi Compensation Board ng 3 pang taon. Alam nating lahat na hindi madali ang kanilang mandato, kung kaya't bigyan natin sila ng kaukulang suporta at tulong. Simulan natin sa pagbibigay sa kanila ng mas mahaba pang panahon sa pag-process, evaluate, approve, and award ng bawat claim for compensation. In the end, Mr. President, when the Marawi Victims Compensation Act of 2022 was passed into law, almost 3 years ago, and we continued to make our laws speak for us and for the values we hold dear. And today, as we shepherd this bill straight from these halls and towards its passage, we are sending the same clear message that a war may threaten our security and our structures, and that the destruction it leaves behind may attempt to silence us once and for all. But our laws, our spirit, remain unbowed. Shukran, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our dear colleague from Mindanao, the hardworking chairperson of the Committee on Marawi Rehabilitation. Majority Leader. Session suspended for 1 minute.
Senator Robin Padilla would like to have the floor.
Yes, Senator Robin Padilla, you recognized.
Salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Nais ko lamang pong magbigay ng suporta sa ating mahal na Senador Ronald Bato de la Rosa doon po sa kanyang panukala. Sapagkat ito po talaga ay aming binantayan nung pagdinig at narinig po namin lahat yung hinaing ng mga kababayan po natin sa Marawi na hindi po nakasama. At ito po ay magiging isang malaking kaligayahan sa mga kababayan po natin sa Marawi pag ito po ay naging batas. Sapagkat napakarami po, nabanggit po ng ating mahal na senador yung mga barangay na hindi nakasama. Ito po ay nakita natin ang mga epekto sa kanila nung gera. Kaya ito po ay sinusuportahan ko at ako po ay sumasaludo sa ating mahal na senador, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Padilla. We take note of your manifestation. As a matter of fact, dahil nga sa Marawi siege, mga kapatid, dyan nagmitsa ang ating Bangsamoro Organic Law dahil sa pangyayaring iyon. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2944.
There being no objection to the motion, Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
May suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for a minute.
I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2814 under Committee Report number 316. This is the bill on the free legal assistance for military and uniform personnel act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
I move to resume the bill of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, our Senate President Pro Tempore, to propose individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the period of amendments is hereby in order. We'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, upon consultation with the representatives of the MUP agencies who are with us this evening and considering the amendments proposed by our minority leader, I withdraw the amendment in Section 5 as manifested earlier. The minority leader has an interior amendment on page 2, line 7, to delete the phrase "all stages." This is accepted, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, line 8, delete the word "of," and after the word "incidents," insert the phrase "as far as practicable." This is also an amendment of the minority leader, and we accept it, Mr. President. I so move,
There
Mr.
being no
President.
objection and accepted by the sponsor, the amendments approved.
On another interior amendment proposed by the minority leader, page 2, line 15, our counter proposal is to insert the amendment in Section 5 as the proposed amendment pertains to procedure. So, on page 2, delete lines 21 to 28 and replace the same with the following provision. This proposal contains the proposed amendments from the good minority leader with minor revisions from our end in consultation with the representatives from the MUP agencies, Mr. President. So Section 5 will read, procedure and coverage. Within 24 hours from the official receipt of the charge against the MUP, the heads of the MUP agencies, through the head of the legal office, shall direct their respective legal officers to provide free legal assistance to qualified MUP as provided in this Act. The agencies shall establish guidelines and procedure in applying for free legal assistance and determining service-related cases to be approved by the head of the MUP agency, provided that in cases of conflict of interest, the MUP facing a case shall not be entitled to free legal assistance under this Act. Conflict of interest, as used in this Act, shall refer to the handling of the legal office of a case which will adversely affect the interest of the MUP agency concerned, notwithstanding any provisions to the contrary. The determination of which cases are service-related shall be made by the respective legal office of the AFP, BFP, BJMP, PCG, Bacoor, PNP, and NAMRIA, based on the evidence provided by the MUP. Any officer tasked with determining the qualification of MUP applicants for free legal assistance under this Act who, through manifest partiality, evident bad faith, or gross inexcusable negligence, improperly denies or approves an application shall be held liable under Section 3, letter E of Republic Act 3019, otherwise known as the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to your motion, the amendment is approved, subject to staff.
Again, on page 2, line 30, delete the phrase "all stages of." This is also an amendment from our minority leader. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the amendment's approved.
Still on page 2, line 31, after the word proceedings, insert the phrase "as far as practicable." Also an amendment by our minority leader. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's approved.
On page 3, this is an amendment of Senator Bato de la Rosa. On page 3, insert a new subsection after subsection 3, which shall read as follows. Number 4, court fees and other related fees, and renumber the subsequent subsection accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion and amendment, amendment's approved.
On page 3, line 8, delete the phrase hydrography branch of the. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment's approved.
On page 3, line 10, after the word patterns, insert this provision. Based on the ideal ratio of legal officers to the total number of personnel, taking into consideration the demands of the service, historical number of cases handled and current caseload, and logistical requirements. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the amendment's approved.
On page 3, lines 11 to 12, delete the phrase "as provided in this Act." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
On page 3, lines 17 and 18, after the word "allowance," insert the phrase "for each appearance before the prosecutor's office, court, quasi-judicial and administrative agencies or any competent body or tribunal. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
On page 3, line 22, delete the phrase "the secretaries of." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
Still on the same page, line 23, after the word defense, insert Department of Justice, comma.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
Still on the same page, line 27, delete the phrase hydrography branch of the. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
And last but not the least, on page 4, lines 4 to 7, delete the sentence Section 49 of Republic Act number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of the Interior and Local Government Acts of 1990, as amended by Republic Act number 8551, otherwise known as the Philippine National Police Reform and Reorganization Act of 1998, is hereby repealed. I so move, Mr. President.
So the section will just read repealing clause dash all other laws, etc., etc. Okay. There being no objection to the motion, the amendments approved. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all, Mr. President.
Congratulations, Mr. President. Majority Leader? We could close the period of...
A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Yes. Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close a period of individual amendments.
There being no objection to the motion approving this on second reading, there being none, the Senate Bill 2814, close the period of amendments. No objection, there being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2814. So moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, Senate Bill number 2814 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations to the sponsor, Senator Estrada.
I move to suspend consideration Senate Bill number 2814.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business the calendar for special orders committee report number 469 on Senate Bill number 2945. This is the bill on the amendments to the Freeport area of Bataan Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move that they consider Senate Bill number 2945 under committee report number 469.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill 2945 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice into inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act strengthening further the powers and functions of the authority of the Freeport area of Bataan, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9728, otherwise known as the Freeport area of Bataan Act of 2009, as amended by RA 11453.
To sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Juan Miguel Mig Zubiri, Chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Senator Juan Miguel Mig Zubiri is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much to our hardworking Senate President Pro Tem. Thank you very much as well to the Majority Leader. Mr. President, we opened the period of amendments on the Special Economic Defense Zone Act which we proposed to set up in Limay, Bataan. Yesterday, we did that. Today, I stand here to sponsor another economic bill that will help Bataan cement its status as one of the premier investment hubs of Central Luzon. We decided to put the SPEDEZ in Bataan primarily for safety and security reasons, and of course, for the proximity to the government arsenal. But there is another factor that guided our decision, which is the Freeport area of Bataan, or the FAB. If we want SPEDEZ to succeed, then it would not hurt to put it in the vicinity of FAB, or FAB, which has already proven itself to be quite a success, creating a vibrant investment atmosphere that has led Bataan to becoming one of the best performing provincial economies, not only in Central Luzon, but also in the country. Not to mention the fact that there is a giant bridge that is going to be built connecting Cavite to Bataan very soon. Since the authority of the Freeport area Bataan, or AFAB, took over in 2010, the Freeport has received around 190 billion pesos worth of investments, and they now employ over 40,000 people, Mr. President. Even with these accomplishments, though, there remains plenty of room to develop the FAB into even a bigger investment draw. So what we want to do now is to strengthen the powers and functions of the AFAB and enable it to build and reinforce the Freeport area of Bataan for the future. We want a Freeport that keeps us within the acceleration of digital technologies and stays at the forefront of emerging industries. For instance, to cater to the booming startup sector across the globe, we are giving AFAB the power to establish a regulatory sandbox framework where tech-based startups can operate under relaxed conditions. This is a perfect setup to attract investors who are looking to test new business ideas that they would otherwise find difficult to realize in a more inflexible environment. The AFAB is now also authorized to set up a startup visa program and a digital nomad visa program for foreign individuals engaged in remote work or online businesses. The main prerequisite is that they establish a residence in the FAB. Our neighboring countries like Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, all have been welcoming an influx of digital nomads in recent years, which has helped boost their local economies through spending and taxes. With AFAB's digital nomad visa program, we hope to follow suit as the next big digital nomad destination in Southeast Asia. With these efforts in the startup and digital nomad sectors, we hope to invite young, innovative foreign investors who have ideas to share and money to spare. And in keeping with the ever-growing digital landscape, we're also giving the AFAB the power to regulate activities in relation to a wide array of digital assets, including payment gateways, artificial intelligence technologies, and microgrid systems. We're also providing the AFAB with regulatory powers over future technologies in areas such as biometrics, submarine cable landing stations, defense technologies, and space technologies. To promote the ease of doing business for our new locators, we're also establishing an office of the Security and Exchange Commission within the FAB to encourage full adherence to our registration policies. Mr. President, investments are inseparable from development. We cannot reach our goal of becoming an upper middle class economy without first establishing a strong investment base that will engender infrastructural development, job creation for our people. We can do this and more with a strengthened AFAB. As such, I ask the support of our colleagues in refining and approving this measure, which will bring tremendous growth to Bataan and to Central Luzon, and of course to the rest of the country. And I'd like to also take this opportunity to recognize one of the hardworking members of Congress. One of the reasons why Bataan is as successful as it is now, the former governor and now the Congressman Abet Garcia, who is with us here tonight. I'd like just to make special mention and thank him for his patience. Once again, maraming salamat po mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga kapatid sa Senado. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. The chair would also like to recognize Congressman Abet Garcia, who is present here in the Senate. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2945.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to reopen the period of individual amendments of Senate Bill number 2895. This is the bill on the amendments to the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the motion to reopen the period of individual amendments is hereby approved.
I move to recognize the sponsors, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa and Senator Aquilino Pimentel, are minority leader to propose individual amendments.
Senators De La Rosa and Pimentel are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 1, line 10 to 14. Before I continue, Mr. President, these are all the amendments from the minority leader.
All right.
And I was
You were tasked to introduce it.
was tasked to
propose it.
introduce them.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 1, line 10 to 14, delete, provided that in the event that the chief of the PNP is unable to designate an authorized representative, then the RCSO shall be empowered to issue such written authority until such authorized representative is designated. I so move, Mr. President.
So that is until up to line 16?
14, Mr. President. 10 to 14.
10 to, do we have the same copy?
Yeah, 10 to 16. I stand corrected, Mr. President.
Maybe 11 to 16.
Yes, Mr. President. 11 to 16.
11 to 16, all right. Any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
On page 6, lines 10 to 23, after the words Service Delivery Act of 2018, delete. In addition to this, the approving authority shall issue a temporary license to operate in favor of the applicant upon approval of the specifications and plans of the manufacturing facility, shooting range, or dealership to be constructed. The approving authority is prohibited from ordering to change, renovate, or modify a newly built manufacturing facility, shooting range, dealership, or a portion thereof, if the construction of the same had strictly followed the building and construction plan submitted to and approved. Such changes shall be made prior to the issuance of the building permit and the actual construction of the facility. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
That's all, Mr. President. No other amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa, Majority Leader. Sana?
Tinanggal?
Laki ba wala?
Mr. President, there being no additional amendment, I move to close the period of
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2895. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, Senate Bill number 2895 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2895.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, some admin matters. Before we adjourn, Senator Joel Villanueva would like to insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech for Senate Bill number 2945, the amendment to the Freeport area of Bataan.
The manifestation is noted.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate and upon the instruction of the Chairperson of the Committee on Health and Demography, Senator Christopher Lawrence Go, I manifest the creation of a subcommittee on tobacco and vaporized nicotine and non-nicotine products to deliberate on Senate Bill number 15-254 to 729 and such other bills which may be referred to the Committee on Health and Demography covering the same topic with Senator Pia Cayetano as chairperson. I so manifest, Mr. President.
The manifestation is hereby noted.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday, January 27, 2025.
Is there any objection? No objection? There being none, The session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, January 27, 2025.